And the other thing is the brain is so amazing because it shuts off you're not listening to the human voice now. So you hear the human voice less when you are afraid and feel in danger. Isn't that amazing? So guess what that's going to do for communication? Right? It's not great. It's not going to improve it, right? So we are less acutely aware of the human voice when we feel danger, and we also have sensitivity to others' behaviors, but we lose sensitivity to their social behaviors. So if somebody is coming towards us and trying to be friendly in that moment, we're probably going to view them as a threat because we're not going to read that correctly. And so that's just because our brain has been hijacked by neuroception. When neuroception is telling us we're safe, the opposite things happen. Our facial expressions feel softer. So our eyes are wide open, and we tune into the human voice above background noise. So it's like there's we've kind of gone away from radio in our current digital age, but it's just, how many of you are old enough to remember, the old school radio in the car and getting static, right? When you're dialing up and down the dial and you're leaving a zip code and suddenly you can't hear that station anymore. It was maddening. And I'm a little bitter that young people don't have to deal with that. But that's a real thing. But it's like that. Our brain has a tuning knob that it is turning without our intent. And so it is tuning towards danger or tuning towards safety. And a lot of us have a faulty dial that's going to get in our way. Or we have a history that tells us no, it's safer for me to view myself in danger more often than not. That's going to be a safer place, right? How many of you have clients that are just kind of feeling threatened more often than not, right? And they're totally safe in the moment, but they're feeling threatened. It's a lot of work to push through that and calm that nervous system down. But you're trying to get through a subconscious filter, and that filter is called neuroception. If you have the picture of the two guys there, even flat facial expressions can cue danger. Because we're so keyed in for smiles and soft lines, a flat expression, a confused expression can feel off-putting and dangerous. Most of us are familiar with watching some show on TV like the news or whatever, and we're seeing the news anchor or somebody on the show, and you don't know you're doing this, but how many of you have just been watching a show and thought at some point, I bet they got Botox? Right? That's your neuroception at work. That's what that is. Your neuroception is going like, that is not right. That's what it is. So we all have it. It works without our intent. It is always, always on. It's also how many of you during the pandemic converted to telehealth? How many of you hated it? Right? Like I know a lot of therapists are like, I'm all telehealth now, and it's fantastic. And I'm like, good for you. You go and enjoy that. You can have all of them. But how many of you, though, found yourself more tired after a day of telehealth? Do you know why? It's because neuroception was at work. Because when you're looking at a screen, when you're looking at a face on a screen, it's pixelated. We don't know that, but our brain does. And so the brain is not seeing the lines that it wants to see. It's seeing digital pixels. And so it was super tiring because our brains were working harder to determine whether or not we were safe. How many of you had headaches after a day of telehealth? A lot of it's the screens, but a lot of it is also the neuroception just working so much harder during the day to determine if you were safe or not. And then the other part of it is just trying to figure out, where are you supposed to look? Where in the world do you look at the camera? Because then I can't see what my client is doing or how they're reacting to it. But if I look at them, then they're aware that I'm just looking down and I'm talking to them. It's weird. And so guess what? That jacked with neuroception. Because we couldn't tell if we were safe or not. So that's why it's so tiring and can create a lot of headaches for a lot of people. I know it did for me. I did not like it at all. So this is all helpful information for dealing with couples that many of us are dealing with. Okay, because their neuroception is going to misread what's going on. A lot of them are given to see threat. They got anxious attachment. Guess what? Their neuroception dial leans to threat. If they have a more secure attachment style, their neuroceptive process leans towards safety. It's going to have a heavier bias that way. And so trying to figure that out in the room is a real thing. So trying to figure out how we're going to deal with them. But in order to create lasting change, in couples anyway, we have to disrupt these unhealthy patterns. We got to catch them in the moment and disrupt them. And we have to educate and inform them so they understand how their early life experiences are influencing their adult relationships. How many of you have had just the magical experience of sitting with a client and identifying some pattern from earlier in life that just unlocks a lot of things for them? They're like, oh my gosh, that's why I didn't know that's why I did that. Anybody had that experience? That keeps me coming back to the office. I get so excited about that. When they have that experience of oh wow, I didn't know. That I've always been doing. Yeah, you've always been doing that. And that's what comes for you in your relationships. It's such a great situation to be in, and that's why we love the work that we do. But sometimes their patterns are new, but very often they're replaying earlier patterns. But either way, we have to help them alter those patterns to create long-lasting changes in their life and in their relationships. So relationship patterns that we all have, everybody's got them, they're directly influenced by a number of things. One is early life attachment patterns. That's why I spent so much time on that. That is a big one. And shaming experiences are huge. How many of you have ever been through a really shaming experience? Just a few of us. But how many of you have clients that have just an overwhelming core of shame that they're bringing in day in and day out, right? Shaming experiences are huge. There's a difference between guilt and shame, right? So guilt is a fear of punishment. It is about my activity. Shame, however, is a fear of abandonment. It's about my identity. That's different. If you really know me and who I am and where I've been and what I've done and what runs through my head, you would not stay in the same zip code with me. Well, how do you think that's going to impact attachment and relationships? It's pretty negative, right? That's not going to be conducive to a great relationship. So shaming experiences are huge. How many of you do trauma work? How many people use an EMDR? Anybody using brain spotting? None. So we do at our practice, everybody's trained in EMDR, brain spotting, or both, and then we also do neurofeedback now, which is also really helpful with trauma. Man, I'm telling you, a trauma modality is huge to have. If you can get one like the best time to get it because they'll give you student discounts right now. Most of the trainers, they'll give you student discounts. And a lot of them will scholarship. And so, yeah, check that out. Take advantage. Get your certification. It's helpful. So shaming experiences become really big in the mix. And then that's where very often that leads to abuse, addiction, neglect, abandonment. All of those issues come in. And so these things, when these are part of the relationship patterns, man, it's really going to be difficult for them to have a successful couple relationship, right? You're going to have to ferret these things out and point them out and disrupt them everywhere we can. And so also a common pattern is kind of either to lean more towards being a bully or being walled off to protect yourself. That's a real popular one. Just kind of building walls to protect yourself, right? That's a big one. And poverty has a huge impact on secure attachment and relationship. Huge. Which is why it's kind of personally just kind of so hard to watch. We're just not understanding the impact of poverty on a family and attachment. Done an awful lot of work in the Louisiana State Prison, Angola Prison. And man, I've talked with those guys, and man, none of them had anything remotely close to any type of experience with a secure attachment. Just no idea. And I'm just personally convinced that's what gets a lot of them there, because that sets you up for a lot of addictive issues and a lot of addictive challenges. It sets your brain for that, genetically, there's a huge genetic component to addiction, and so there's just like the deck is so stacked. And I really do, not in a corny, beauty pageant way, but I really think, love and attachment is such a key answer. And I think that's where we're really missing the boat in a lot of places. But I said I wouldn't preach, so I'll do my best. Attachment relationships, when they come from this, they're fragmented, they're fragile, they're unstable, and when any person's subjective experience is frequently restricted by shame, they are not going to be able to form healthy, secure attachment. Shame is a toxic force, in our world, and so that becomes a real challenge. We made some changes here, and that didn't go where I want. All right, so let me do this. So preparing couples for the work of the drama triangle. Okay, so you want to give them cues that we're going to do this exercise. How many of you like to or have the space to get your clients up and moving? No one? Okay, so if there's there you go. So you've got space to get them up and moving. You want space if you're going to get them up and moving, doing the drama triangle. As you can see, we're going to do this up here. So we're going to have some people come up and kind of role play this out. And so you want to kind of prepare your couples for what is coming. But how do we do that? And we need the information to know what we're dealing with when we're dealing with them. So the first thing you want to get before you really dive into any of this work with a couple, first thing you want to get is you want to get a real solid relationship history timeline. Okay? You want to get all of their information. Where did you meet? How did you meet? Walk through all of that. When did y'all decide to stay together and commit to the relationship? Did y'all get married? When did y'all get married? How did you get engaged? Kind of get the whole timeline of their relationship history. You're really going to want that because that's going to reveal some things to you. But you want to know, what was your first date? What was it like? What do you remember date. It happens, right? And they become part of the glue of the story. Remember how bad that was? I can't even believe that we had a second date, right? Like those things happen, but those kind of become part of the glue of the story. And it's great as a couples therapist to be able to point out, like, hey, you can handle at least some level of adversity and keep coming back. So that's something we can hold on to for a minute anyway. Then you want to get the story of how did your relationship develop? So from the first date, good or bad, then what happened? How long was it before y'all decided to commit to the relationship? Anything like that. Then go through the engagement. How did that go? Tell me the engagement story. How many are married? How many of you have told your engagement story at least 40 times? Right? And so, like, how do you feel when you tell your engagement story? How do you feel when you tell it? I'll wait. You're getting CEs. It's silent. Okay. That's fine. So I heard a good. How else do you feel? Like, what emotions come for you when you're telling your engagement story? I'm insanely comfortable with silence. Before I did therapy, and before I did ministry, I was in international business. I negotiated contracts with the Japanese, where the first one to speak is the weak one. I never lost. I have sat stone silent across a table looking at a group of 8 to 10 men in stone silence for over 37 minutes. So, one last chance. How do you feel? What emotions come for you when you're telling your engagement story? Happy, joy, excitement? Anybody tell your engagement story and just be overwhelmed with disgust? Right? That's not the normal response. Like, so it can be, even when a couple is volatile, intense, and things are really hard, there may be some pathos and sadness to it because the happiness and what's transpired since then. But still, there is a component of joy to telling the engagement story. I was in rehab before I learned what joy actually was, and that was after I was a preacher, so I should have known. And I thought I did. And the psychiatrist at the rehab center said, "Man, I don't think you know what joy even is." So I let him know I disagreed with him. And I said, "Well, then all right. So you tell me." And he said, "No, I want to hear your explanation of joy. What do you think joy is?" And I said, "Well, so I speak in metaphors. So I'm like, look, man, like if happiness were a mountain, joy would just be when that mountain becomes an active volcano and is overflowing with happiness and all that." He goes, "Yeah, you have no clue what joy is, son." And he told me this story. I've never forgotten it. Dr. Jess Montgomery, a legend. He said, "Look, every summer, my son and I, we take a trip together. My adult son, we take a trip and we ride roller coasters for an entire week every summer. And we take turns planning it and we take turns paying for it. But we do it every summer." And he said, "I'm never happier than when I'm riding a roller coaster with my oldest son. I'm never happier. It is the best week of my year every year. I look forward to it. I love it. I cannot wait for it. take nothing else, use that. It is such a great illustration of what joy is. And I really had no clue. And so a lot of us have joy in recounting the early stages of our relationships. That's a healthy thing. That's a good thing. And bless you, and we can use that. So we want to get their engagement story, regardless of what's going on. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break to work on the text. So 10 minutes, so it's 9:30. So I'm guessing 10 means 9:40. So enjoy your break. I think there's still plenty of delightful food in the lobby, and so we'll be back at 9:40.
technical challenges. It's so frustrating, technical challenges, because everyone's right. We're all trying to do the right thing, and it's so hard, man. I appreciate y'all's patience with all of us. It's hard to be here working a different thing, and they're working the back, and y'all hadn't been seeing any slides, and I'm like, oh man. And so it's really hard to follow along. And Teresa told me, like, watching the YouTube channel on your phone, you really can't see anything.
Switching mics. All right. So that's a real thing. So that's easy, low-hanging fruit to get at. But so here we go. We're going to introduce the drama triangle to the couple. We're going to get that key life event history, and then we want to identify common internal scripts associated with those key life events. What did you tell yourself that meant? What did that mean to you? What did you feel? What happened for you? Was it like, this is what always happens in all of my relationships? This is how it always goes. Here I am again. Those internal scripts are huge drivers of the triangle. So we want to get them out. Okay, we want to know what those are. So make sure you get them, and then we are going to introduce the triangle. So here are the general guidelines to play, because it is a game. All right, anyone can start the game at any given moment. Anybody can extend an invitation to torture at any point. All right, and they will do it. They've been doing it. They're going to keep doing it for a bit. So anybody can extend the invitation. Now, for the game to start, in order for the game to actually begin, the invitation has to be accepted. If one of them can stay off, if one of them cannot accept the invitation, it'll go so much better. The problem is most of us accept the invitation because it's real enticing. It's super enticing to play this game. And so the third rule is we have to understand we all have reasons for the roles that we play. Okay? So there are 3 roles in this game. Are you ready to meet the players? Fantastic. Thank you for helping me out, because it's cold and lonely up here. Here is your first player. And so heads up. We're going to be role-playing this, so we're going to need volunteers. You be thinking, because, listen, I am not above assigning it. But I'd rather you volunteer, but I will pick you. So we'll get there. So the first place is the rule follower, also known as the rescuer. This person is classic. Okay, here's what it is like to be the rule follower and the rescuer. These people kind of come from a one-up stance. I'm just a little bit above this. Okay, I'm probably just a little bit better than all y'all because I know the rules, and I'm just over here to help because Lord knows y'all need it. All right? You know y'all need the help, and that's why I'm here. So you should, instead of complaining about me, just be grateful. All right? But they're usually not that aggressive. They're usually just very proper looking. You want to know how they look in a building like this? Well, I will just pray for you. Lord knows you need it, girl. I will be praying for you. You just let me know how that goes. And if they are also the kings and queens of the unspoken prayer request. I have an unspoken. Because then they're not going to be vulnerable. So, but I'm here to help. Okay, so that's who they tend to be. They have certain things that they like to say. A lot of them come along the lines of, in our world, when we have a couple dealing with, and suddenly sex addiction has now exploded into their universe, or the discovery of it. It's always been there, but the discovery is out. The rescuer will often say something to the effect of, well, I called and got an appointment for you. How How many of you have had people call your office to get an appointment for someone else? Right? Spoiler alert, they're probably in the rescuer corner. That's probably where their home base is. So look, I called and got an appointment for you. Or now, well, I bought this book for you to read. Who's excited? Right? Like, have you ever been, when someone's come to you with that kind of one-up position of, hey, I bought this book for you. Have you ever been excited to read that book? Right? Because it was every bit the insult that it was intended to be, right? And my personal favorite on that is I got this book for you, and listen, you don't have to read all of it, but if you'll just go to page 432, that's you. We have heard that in our practice more than once. Or when they come in a couple, or they come in as a family, they are the ones pointing out the identified patient. Look, if y'all can just help this one get over their problem, we'd all be fine. I was talking with someone during the break, and when parents bring their kids, like, if you'll just fix our kid. Well, why don't y'all stay in the room? Because you part of why he needs fixing. Like, stay right here. You know what parents hate hearing? And I say it all the time. Hey, guess what? This kid is not the thermostat. He's just a thermometer reflecting the temperature of your home. This kid's not setting the temp. He's reflecting the temp. So why don't you come on in and have a seat? They often don't come back. I don't know why. This is what happens, though. If they could just only get over their problem, we would be fine. Or if you would just try what I am saying to you. If you would just do that, they would probably be better. And so there's just notice that there's no action required on their part other than to find things to fix you. Okay? So these are your rescuers. I'm just trying to help. Here are things that they like to do. They are consummate caretakers. Okay? Now, it's important that we understand about all of these people, because I'll make fun of all of these things, and we all do all of these things, and none of these people, with rare exception, are really coming with sinister intent, right? They're honestly trying to be helpful. They just don't understand how they're getting in the way. And they don't understand how they can be making it worse. And rescuers are great caretakers. That's kind of how they get in the rescuing place. So they're trying their best to be caretakers. They're fixers. Now, they also, not always aware of it, but they're consummate controllers and manipulators. They probably wouldn't endorse the manipulation. They'd be probably pretty mad if you tell them that, well, you're manipulating the situation. But in time, they'll get it. But most people are kind of like, today's world, they'll kind of own the control piece. Just because there's a weird, twisted amount of pride to it, like, oh, I like to be in control. They smile when they say it. I'm like, that's not great. that's not always great. But it helps you spot them as to where they're normally going to start this game. They are very affectionate people. They will use, in a marriage or a relationship, they'll use sex to control. They'll withhold it. Or they'll give it based on reward or withholding. So they're controlling through that. They tend. Want to be really careful with the word, but they tend towards codependency and enmeshment. Bless you. That's a real battle. And they got there pretty honestly. They learned pretty early that their value comes in being the rescuer, that's how I get value in a relationship, and so I have to keep doing that. And they don't realize they're being very controlling along the way, and creating some static and creating opportunities so they'll show up in your office very compliant. How many of you have had a couple in your office where one of them is just clearly, it looks like clearly the problem, and the other is just sitting there just going, can you believe they're doing that? Like, I can't believe that. But you ever gotten the side eye from a client during session and just like, because we see that on the daily. Like, are you seeing this? I've been asked that. I had a client ask me about their partner on the sofa. Did you see that? Well, yeah, I'm right here. You're kind of paying me for the observational skill. Yeah, I saw it. What I'm also seeing is how you're reacting to it, and I'm seeing things go on. So there is your first corner of the drama triangle: the rule follower and the rescuer. Okay. Now we'll go to the next role, and that is over here. It is the persecutor. Okay. The persecutors are pretty easy to spot, right? Because the persecutors are also going to be in that one-up, better-than place. And really, at the end of the day, these two corners, the victim corner and the persecutor corner, they have ages to them. Okay? The persecutor corner, when someone is activated in that space, guess how old they are? I'll ask them. And by the way, that is like a secret, magical question. When someone's really activated in your office, you can stun them just by saying, hey, just real quick, how old do you feel right now? Oh my gosh. That question is so powerful and so amazing. You can stop almost any train running through your office on a dime. I learned that question while I was a patient in rehab. And they would say, total meltdown. And the director just kind of sat down next to me and leaned over. She said, Tal, can I ask you a question? How old do you feel right now? I was stunned. I was 8 years old. How many of your clients have had trauma? If they're breathing, they have trauma. They're all going to say, I don't have any trauma. They're all going to say that all the time, and they do. That's what I always say. I'm like, are you breathing? You got trauma. Big T trauma, little T trauma, but you got it. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, you just as dead, doc. Like, just relax. So, but what happens to us is our emotional growth tends to stunt and stop at the age we encounter our first major traumatic experience. And so, when we're activated, we go back to that age. That's the skill set we've got. Which explains any time you've spent more than 5 minutes watching anything on the news about Washington, D.C. All of our politicians and political leaders are just little kids on a playground. It's what they got. It's hard to watch. But so the persecutor, guess how old do you think this person is going to be? They are in the age bracket of 12 to 15. I don't care how old they are, they just a pissed off teenager. And they're going to fight like one. You'll see it in your office. You'll see the foot stomp, the side eye, the eye roll, the sigh, all the stuff. They'll do it. They will do it. But that's all they have to fight with at that point. Just on the other side of the magical question of how old do you feel? So let's say you're dealing with me and I'm in your office and you say, well, Tal, like, how old do you feel right now? I'm going to go like, oh, crap, 8. And you're going to be like, well, so can 8-year-old Tal handle the current this, man, they will sit up straight, their feet will get on the floor, their shoulders will come back. It's wild. It is wild. So, the persecutor, one up, better than. They're just angry teenagers. And you know what they believe more than anything? They are right. Anybody know this person? Right? I'm just right. These are the people, like their flag, their family crest would just be the word entitlement. Okay? I deserve this because I'm right. All right? So a lot of things they're going to say is they are going to say things like, in a place like this, they might just come right on out and say, well, you are just a sinner. Persecutors like to attack, okay? They are going to yell, they raise their voices, and they specialize in putting people down. That's the thing, okay? They are punishers. They are punishers, okay? That is what they really enjoy doing. They will be so cruel. They will say things to the effect, especially in our world, well, no one else would want you. I've heard that come out in session. Just cruel things come out of an activated persecutor. And when I have a typical setup in my office, I specialize more on the sex addicts and the couples. And the sex addicts will often say this. They'll say it to me when it's an individual, or if I'm dealing with them and their partner, they will say to their partner very often, well, I wouldn't be acting out if you would just give me more sex. Just say it with a straight face. Well, I wouldn't do this if you would give me more, like it wouldn't be a thing. It's your fault I'm doing this. Because persecutors are never wrong. They cannot be wrong. So they have to be right, and they will point that out to you. You made me do this. That's why I did it. You made me do it. You're just not good for anything, now are you? Persecutors are cruel. Things that they will do is they are the ones who are going to act out. Be that alcohol, substances, drugs, sex, porn, gambling, food, whatever it is. They are the ones that are going to act out or just be mean. Why? Because they're just really angry teenagers, and that's all the ability they have in the moment. We get to only be but so shocked, right? It's what they're working with. It's easy in this environment to sit and talk about them and have some fun at their expense because they're not here at the moment. But to find that place of compassion for them, of like, look, man, this is all the skill set this person has at the moment. They're activated, their brain's flooded, they're 12 years old, they're going to act like a 12-year-old. I get to only be so shocked by that. They will act out, they will also act in. Okay? So they'll hold their emotion. The quiet ones will. They'll be thinking all of these things, they won't say all these things. And they think that's really different. But they're just building tension. If you work with addiction at all, several of you do, the rhythm of addiction is constant, and the rhythm is steady and easy. The rhythm is tension rising, tension falling. Tension rising, tension falling. They're going to create tension to justify releasing the tension by acting out, using it. They have to create tension. And so they're going to act in long before they act out. That's the rhythm. That's how it works. I have a slide on that, but you can't see it. Kind of explaining all that. But they have a binge and purge cycle to them. It's not dissimilar from bulimia. It's that kind of a thing. They have a binge purge to them. So now we get to the victim place. So how old do you think the victim prosecutor, 12 to 15. How old? Just take a guess at the victim. Right between 5 and 8. Well, listen, I can assure you, 5 to 8-year-old me cannot handle what 59-year-old me got to deal with. And neither can 5 to 8-year-old you handle the issues that you got to deal with. Neither can 5 to 8-year-old versions of your clients handle the relationship difficulties and challenges that they're having to deal with. So is anybody shocked so far that the drama triangle is really just a miserable place to be? Right? It is like, it's mildly entertaining if you're watching Real Housewives. It's mildly entertaining. But now, I promise you, I've ruined some of these shows for you because you're going to watch it through this lens. You go, oh my gosh, she is 15 at best. And so you're going to see it. Man, go watch things this weekend and look for it. So the victims are one down. Rescuers one up, persecutors one up, victims are one down. Okay? So they feel at the bottom of this thing. But they also feel what? Like any victim does. I did not do anything wrong. I am blameless. And that is not always the case. But it is their belief. I didn't do anything wrong here. I did not do anything wrong. I am blameless. And they will say things like, well, I guess you just don't love me then. Or your friend or your work or your affair partner is more important than me. Or the kids are more important than me. Or the dog is more important than me. And this is the big one is, well, I'm just a failure then, aren't I? Any of you ever had a client go full martyr? Right? That's what you're looking at here. They're just like, oh my gosh, I guess you just don't, I'm just a total failure. I'm not worthy of your love. It's so sad. But you'll hear it if you're doing, particularly if you're doing couples work or you're doing family system work. You've got parents and a kid in the room. That one will pop out. But they are the consummate poor me people. Also, how many of you are familiar with the concept of learned helplessness? That lives here. Well, I just can't do it. I can't do this. I can't do it. And if you have not ask for what we need. We don't ask for help. Don't ask for what we need. We manipulate to get it. Because if we ask, you might say no, and we all fear rejection. But if I can sit here and act helpless and loudly enough, you may come to my rescue. All I need is one good rescuer in the place. If I got one good rescuer, they will come. Because they love to help. And so I can start the game from right there. And if a rescuer comes, they have accepted the invitation to the game, and off we go. But victims, it's never our fault. I know this one because it's my personal favorite starting point. What was I supposed to do? What did you want me to do? Like you hear it, right? It's all up in there. So things that they will do. There's just a lot of little things that victims will do. Victims start by having really high expectations of you that we will not tell you about. We're not going to let you know we have an expectation, but we sure enough got one. If you loved me, I wouldn't have to tell you. Oh my gosh, save me. I love it when they say that. They say it all the time. I shouldn't have to tell you what I want. Well, okay. Don't be surprised when you don't get it. Communicate. It's awesome. But this happens. But behaviors so when they have an expectation of you that you do not meet, they will then typically stuff those thoughts and feelings about the particular problem. They're going to stuff that. So they're going to act in. It's going to build tension, okay? That's what's going on when this is happening. And I wish you had this slide. But this is, so you can see, if loosely, there's two triangles up here. The triangles that are just black and white print, that's the solution to this. But if you just look here, you've got a victim corner, you've got a persecutor corner, and you've got a rule follower corner. Okay? Now, these all interact, and it gets really crazy once the game gets in motion. And so we can get you, and Will, if we haven't already, we'll get you the slides so you can see this and help you. Yeah. Oh, awesome. So check your email. They have been sent to you. And so you can look at them at least, and that'll be helpful just so you can see them, and particularly that one, and it's downrange a bit, but it's black and it's white copy on a black background. It says Cartman's Drama Triangle, and you'll see an R, a P, and a V. And so everything that I just walked you through, things that they like to say and things they like to do, it's on that slide so you can see. It's a great way to code when you're in session and watch, because these things are going to pop out. Because trust me, if you've got a couple in crisis in your office, they are on this triangle. And so if you can help navigate them to safety, even for a little bit, it's tremendously helpful. But so what life experiences throughout life have we had that cause us to engage in these three roles? Like, if you'll just take a second, I'm not going to out you. Just take a second, think through, what are the ones, what's kind of your favorite starting place? In my years of doing this, lots of us as therapists, we really kind of like that rescuer place. It's how we got here to begin with. And so there's a healthy dimension of that and an unhealthy dimension of that we can get to. But think through, what's your starting location typically? Where do you like to go? Or what part of this gets volatile for you? Just in your own personal life. Think through your own relationships. Think about the most recent conflict you had with a coworker, a partner, anybody, a friend, anybody. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is what's going to happen. You're going to see it. But so it takes two people to play, right? So, or at least two. And so there can be more, but usually, if we're talking about a couple, we got two people. One normally going to start here because they're going to see the other as one of these other two. And so what's going to happen very often, here's just a kind of a classic scenario. You're going to get one who's rescuing. So look, hey, I called and made an appointment for you. And I bought you this book. Look at page 432, because that's you. Okay? They're trying to be helpful, they say. Now, that puts their partner right here. Well, I didn't even do anything. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I've been sober for a whole 48 hours now. So I'm fine. drinking yesterday. I'm totally good. I love that so much. But so they're like, no, I'm totally good. Well, then what's going to happen is this person is probably going to up the ante, and they're going to come over here to the persecutor place because there's still one up and they're right. And so now they're going to attack this person. You are not sober. You are a drunk. I've seen it a million times. You are a drunk, and you need to go get help because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stay with you. You are a joke of a man. You need to go, and all that's going to come flying out. Well, so that person now is here just smaller. But what are they going to do? What do you think this person's going to do after hearing that? They're probably going to say something to the effect of, oh, wait a minute. So you think you're perfect? Let's talk about you for a minute. So guess what? This person has now come here, which means this person is now here. So now it's a mess. So now the game is on. Because these two people are going to switch back and forth. They're going to switch back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Then one of them eventually is probably just going to try and slink back over here to the rescuer corner and just be cool. And then the person in the persecutor spot is probably going to try and get over there too. But what they're normally going to do is do the non-apology apology tour. Well, I mean, I don't think I did anything wrong, but I'm sorry if that bothered you. I'm sorry you took it the wrong way. Right? Did they solve anything? Was there any resolution? Nope. They just decided not to talk about it anymore. Guess what? That's going to come back for them. It's going to come for the relationship again. And you do Gottman work, like what percentage of conflict do you think a marriage is going to solve over the life over its life? What percentage of conflict do you think a married couple will solve? Any guess? 10%. It's a little higher. Yeah, 31% of conflict a couple is going to solve over the history of their marriage. That means a full 69% is going to be what they call perpetual. Going to have the same fight over and over and over. The key is, can we do it in such a way that keeps helpful, healthy dialogue moving? It's when the dialogue stops that we have a problem. And this triangle will kill dialogue. Just stops it in its tracks. You get the non-apology apology or another personal favorite. Well, I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree then. Like, I'm totally cool if y'all mutually disagree, but not that way. Not that way. Because really, everything in your tone said exactly what you meant. And what you really meant was, if you want to be wrong, go ahead. Right? That's all that means. But all of us have had life experiences that put us at these places that kind of make them our favorites. I am a guy who I did not do my first load of laundry until I was in rehab. When I got to a college campus, the first thing I did was, oh man, I got to find people to do my laundry for me. And by the end of the first week, I had 5 candidates. My mom did my laundry every day of my life. My mom cleaned my room. I didn't do a thing. I was the golden child. So I didn't know how to do laundry. be healthy. So I'm like, I'm not going to do any of that. And so I didn't do a thing. Now, you've only got one of two courses to go, if that's your world. One is, they don't think I'm capable of doing it. Well, that hurts. So you go with, I guess I deserve to be treated this way. But at the end of it, I didn't know how to do stuff. That makes this my favorite place. Well, I don't know how to do it. I'll get frustrated. Teresa's here. She'll tell you. Like, man, if it gets close to a deadline or something, I'm like, man, I don't know. It's just reflex. I just go to this place and I just, melt down. I'm 8 years old. That's my favorite starting place. But I will go here in a minute. I will get to the persecutor corner in a minute if you don't help me. And if you don't come to my rescue, man, I'm coming for you. I'm going to invite you on to this mess. Because what I need is I need someone to come rescue me. And so I'm going to pull you on this, and now you're in, and then you and I are going to lock horns right here. So we'll role play this, and you'll see it. But this is how it works. When I'm doing couples work, or I've done a couple of seminars at churches or different things, I get them up on this thing. And what I love to do is have a chair here and a chair here. I have the victim, if they're right here, they sit in this chair. This is a great exercise to do if you've got room. Have them sit. Then on this chair for the persecutor, you have them stand on that chair, so it emphasizes the one up. And I'll just say, so just role play kind of a typical conflict that y'all have. Just go through it. Like if I'm at a big setting, it'll be like, so just take like the remote control, right? And so they'll start talking, and it's not long before this one says something to the persecutor, like, well, you're not any better. And I'm like, oh, y'all got to switch chairs. And so they're up and moving. When we role play this, you're going to see it. You're going to switch back and forth. Because it's so chaotic and exhausting. And that's what's going on inside every one of us when we're on it. It's chaotic and exhausting. And all the attachment stuff comes up. All the neuroception is pinging, telling us we're not safe. And so it just puts the thing on steroids so fast. We did this at the state conference. We did the role play, and we had these two just wonderful volunteers, and they didn't even know each other. They were role playing like a Thanksgiving dinner. That's fantastic. Yes. Like they got close to tears, and it was totally fake. But all of our stuff comes for us. It's not that the thing was fake. It's that all of our stuff is always on board and real. So tough. And so that's the dynamic that happens when we get on it. So no one is exempt from the chaos and confusion of it. Now, here is the truest statement one of the truest statements I know. And it's really disturbing. And that is, quite simply, every one of us who is married our unfinished business. Ain't that right? You watch Jerry Maguire, and it's so cute and romantic. You complete me. That's utter nonsense. No, what the man should have said, the words the script writer should have put in Jerry's mouth in that scene was, you complicate me. That's what it is. Enjoy the ride. But so we all marry our unfinished business. We get into relationships with our unfinished business all of the time. You'll pick your unfinished business in a boss and a supervisor. You will pick your unfinished boss and unfinished business in a friend. And you sure enough gonna marry your unfinished business. It's crazy. But we all do it. Yet again, left-handers persecuted in our world. You know what's the worst? Is like the little sign pads at the grocery store. You got a sign. You're on your car and you got a sign. Like, man, that is built for right-handed folk. Man, it is like agony. But that's just my own personal business. Now, Zygarnik effect. So this is a real thing. If you're like most, you probably have not heard of the wonderful woman. And John Gottman writes her story in a little short description in the book The Science of Trust, which is a great book. But so he writes in the book, in 1922, a petite 21-year-old Jewish woman named Bluma Zygarnik sat in a cafe in Vienna. And she watched as the professional waiters listened carefully to these just huge, elaborate orders from diners. And so they would listen. They would listen to these large orders, and they wouldn't write anything down. Any of you get nervous when you're at a restaurant and you're giving them an order and they ain't writing it down? I see you. I see that hand. Personal experience. And then where are you? You're right here. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just ordering my food, man. They brought me the wrong stuff. Then you get here, I hate this restaurant. This restaurant sucks. It always has. I'm never coming back here. And can I speak to the manager and tell him how bad this person is? Right? So she's watching these waiters just take these long, elaborate orders, and they're not writing anything down. And she's totally fascinated by it. And then she watched as the waiters just flawlessly filled the orders. These were not the waiters that you have had. And so she is watching these people get it right every single time. These big tables, big orders. She's fascinated by it. They just moved. Gottman writes that they moved rapidly from table to kitchen table. She found they remembered everything the customers asked for. And then she started asking them questions. She started to interview them. She made it a study. So she started interviewing waiters after they delivered the order, and they could not remember the order. Isn't that wild? They just did it. But like as soon as they delivered that order, they could not remember. They didn't get it right. So she found that on average, that there is better than 90% recall for unfinished events than for events that have been completed. Once the event is through your brain and out and it is done, you forget large elements of it. This is why we tell people all the time in couples, do not fight over memory. Don't do it. No, that is not how it went. This is how it went. Look, unless it is where you buried $5 million, do not fight over memory. Because you're going to be wrong. Just dial that back. Your brain has forgotten a lot of the facts. It's going to do that. But when it's not all gone, this slide you'll see that 90% of your brain capacity is locked in on the thing that's unfinished. And as soon as it is finished, that 90% is now freed up for other things. And then only 10% is so you're gonna get about 10% recall. This is part of why, some of the least effective courtroom testimony is eyewitness testimony. And that's what we depend on the most. It is so ineffective. Because one, when the whole thing started, you didn't know you needed to be paying attention to it. So you miss how it started. And the brain does not allow vacuum of information. The brain is just going to totally make how this is going to create conflict for a couple? So the Zeigarnik effect is very, very real. We want to remind our couples of that, because how it kind of happens is when there is an issue that is unresolved, guess what? 90% of your brain capacity is going to that. And so when one of them says to the other, can you just like leave this alone for a minute? No. They can't. Their brain just, it keeps 90% of their capacity is locked on this thing. And so it's like the hamster's on the wheel and they can't knock it off. So to tell them just, you can go sing the Frozen soundtrack and tell them to let it go. It ain't going anywhere. It's going to be right there, man, because 90% of their brain is locked on this thing until I get it solved, until I get it resolved and fixed. And the problem is, we're not only going to get it resolved and fixed quickly, we just have to get it to a place where we can keep dialogue going. And so the best way to do that, in our experience, is to get them off of this triangle. That's what we're always trying to do. But you asked the question, do people rotate around? Yes, it's called switching. So people are going to switch. They're going to move to different roles on here. Rescuers, it's called the helpless switch. They're going to typically go from rescuer to victim. Why? Because I wasn't doing anything wrong. Let's go back to the restaurant for a second. I just came in here to eat. I wasn't doing nothing. I just came in here. It's a restaurant. I made my order. This is what you're supposed to do. I made my order, and they got it wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I ordered exactly off the menu. I didn't even ask for anything special. And so now I'm here. That's where the rescuers normally wind up. And so whoever was the original victim usually goes back to that rescuer slot. There's just a whole little triangle here. Where are we on time? What time are we break? Okay. Do we know when lunch is? Huh? All right. All right. Well, that'll be delightful. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll role play it so y'all can see how this kind of breaks out, and any questions that you have. So we'll take 10 minutes, and then we'll be back at it. we're going to see how this thing goes together. If we can get everybody back, I'll just kind of keep vamping, and then we'll get everybody back in the room. And so we'll get at this so you can see how it goes. Because it will make a lot more sense to you. Some of you learn like me through kind of like, hey, let's talk about theories. And some of you learn by doing a whole lot better. She learns by doing a whole lot better, and so she's going to teach you by doing. So what do we need? We need not one but two volunteers to come up and role play. So we're not going to use anything real from your life, all right? So you're totally safe. Any time two of you would like to come sprinting forward. Hey, Luke. Hey, and trust me, in our world, we see all that. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. All right. So this is my lovely wife, Teresa. She will be taking over here.
Are y'all really two of you are going to hang out together? Okay. So for those of you online and for in here, because as Tao was going through it, we use this with individuals a lot. So before we pull them up here, in your slides, you'll see the compassionate assertiveness formula. And so if you're walking an individual in your office through this, I love helping them come up with the language for how they can get off of the triangle. Because when they're in the heat of the moment, they're not going to have it unless they've prepared in advance. Same thing we're going to do with the couples. So, about, right? When I saw, when I heard, the brain loves to know what it's about to focus on. And again, we're on this individual piece. I thought and I felt. So they share that. And then next time I would appreciate or I would like. And so just make sure to find that slide and use that if you're walking with individuals through this. Okay, what are y'all going to fight about? Communication? Okay. Who's ready to start? All right, you're worried about, all right, why are you going to start? Hop up here at victim. They're not caring a thing about you right now, are they? Up here by yourself. Yeah, poor thing. Oh, the two of them are really coming. Hop up here on persecutor, right? There you go. All right, y'all talk this out. What was the topic you're fighting about? Okay. Hop over here with her. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do 3. Like, I wish I could, but 2's going to be confusing enough on this space. Okay. All right, y'all go after it. Or maybe you don't fight. You just do everything you can to stay perfect. That's probably how you protect yourself. So hop over here into rescue.
Partner. Best decision you ever made. I never say that. I always spend all my free time with you. I just want to But they just don't nag me all the time. Like you're always trying to tell me what to do, what to wear, where to go, how long to do it. Just a little. You took it the wrong way. Okay. I'm sorry. I did. I'm just playing.
Oh, okay. And when she goes into the shadows, you just awesome. So now, yeah. I didn't do anything wrong. I just thought she wanted to be okay. And so you just hang out here. Well, no, do you? What do you do? Yeah. You leave her back there? Ah, okay. Nice. How long you stay back here? Ah, okay. So you've talked to your therapist. What are you ready to do now? And you're a couple who hasn't had a lot of therapy. You're in here fighting. Okay. Okay. So you're staying back here. Okay. Okay. There we go.
But it's not always bad things.
Yep. As the two of you go back and forth with this fight, is there anything that feels familiar? Like core beliefs, what would you say right now as you're here in this victim spot? I'm attacked. Okay. I'm attacked and blamed. Okay. Okay. All right. How about you? If When you're over here, what do you feel? Mm-hmm. And what would that core belief be, that deeper belief? I am. Y'all fight, and when y'all fight, that's you feel helpless? Okay. And you feel attacked and blamed? Okay. Will you stand over there? I'm gonna move this back a little bit so you have room. You're gonna walk with me. All right. The two of you are gonna walk across, and when you pass each other in the middle, will you say that core negative belief? So when you're passing her, you'll say, I feel attacked and blamed. And when you're passing her, you'll say, I feel helpless. So at the same time, you're saying it, okay? All right, there you go. Keep going. Back and forth. Keep going. Keep going. Are you ready to stop? Y'all have been doing this back and forth, feeling helpless, feeling attacked and blamed.
And Teresa and I will walk off and act like we are not paying attention until they just start to feel really super awkward doing it. And it always happens. They will say, can we stop? I don't know, can you? Do you want to? Because now you're getting their buy-in to learn a new thing. They're getting exhausted by the pattern. They're seeing it. They're walking it. They've never really encountered it this way before. And so it's a living illustration. And so to be able to stop them in it and then get their buy-in when they're tired, because they'll usually say, we're tired of doing this. Were y'all feeling that? Were you just kind of tired of going back? You're just aware of it, right? And so it is a powerful little thing to do. And then you get to that point like, can we stop? I don't know, can you? Do you want to? Because we can help with that.
And if you were doing this in your office and the couple came in and one of them had secrets from the other, you would start with the person who kept the secret. So the betrayer, the one who hid money, whatever it is, you would start with that person who really initiated the hurt and have them do this walk we're about to do, and then you would come back with the partner. So you feel help. Sit down for a second, and then you'll go next, all right? All right, if you'll come right here. So how old did you say you felt when you felt 5? Okay. Would you like to take this walk of responsibility? Okay. So let's stand here. What do you need to stay off of this drama triangle? To not feel helpless and to be able to stop the back and forth that you do with your partner?
Well, I need her to talk to me and tell me what she needs.
Okay, so for this, I want to hear one thing you can do, right, to stay off of the drama triangle. So it sounds like you could ask her to talk to you, maybe?
Yes, I can ask her.
And what's one positive thing about you? Okay. Can you stand here, face responsibility, and take a step and say, I can ask her to talk to me, and I am thoughtful?
And I am thoughtful.
How old do you feel right now? Okay. Can you think of one more thing to help you stay off of this drama triangle? You can be more kind. And what's another positive thing about you? Okay. Can you take a step and say, I can be more thoughtful? That's what you said, right? More kind, and I am thoughtful. Oh, and I'm fun to be around. My brain is not working. I'm usually writing this down, but I can't and hold a mic. What is another thing you could do to stay off of this drama triangle? Okay, you could spend time. And what's another positive thing about you? Okay, so can you take a step and say, I could spend more time with my partner, and I'm always there for my friends?
Spend more time with my partner, and I'm always there for my friends.
How old do you feel right now? Okay. Is there anything else you can think of that would help you stay off of this drama triangle? Not feel helpless. Okay. I could go to counseling. And can you tell me another positive thing about you? Okay. So can you take a step forward and say, I could go to can go to counseling and I'm sensitive. Awesome. Is there anything else you would need today to be able to stay off of the drama triangle? For you. Yeah, what can you do? Anything else you can think of? So you could ask for affection? Okay. Can you tell me another positive thing about you? Nice. Okay, can you take another step? There you go. And how old do you feel right now? Okay. Can you turn around? And as you look back at 5-year-old you and the steps that you took to get here, is there anything you'd want to say to the 5-year-old that felt helpless?
You're not helpless. You can do it.
Okay. You're not helpless, you can learn. Nice. You want to ask your partner to come up and she'll do the same thing? Yeah, a lot of time we get, I'm alone or I'm not enough. And when you watch those two pass, it's emotional. Okay, how did you feel over here? Were you 5 too? Do you remember? Okay. And when you feel attacked and blamed, right? I'm attacked and blamed in 5 or 6. Would you stand here with me and face responsibility? Would you like to take this responsibility walk and step off of this drama triangle? Okay. What's one thing you could do to stay off of the drama triangle? Okay, so when you feel attacked and blamed, one thing you could do to stay off is talk kindly to your partner. And can you tell me a positive thing about you? All right. 5 or 6. So can you take a step forward and say, oh, come on back here. Can you take a step forward and say, I I can talk kindly to my partner, and I'm a team player.
I can talk kindly to my partner and I'm a team player.
How old do you feel right now? 9? Okay. What's something else you could do to stay off of this triangle when you feel attacked and blamed? Okay. Instead of going to your shadows, you can stay around your partner. And what's another positive thing about you? Okay. So, can you take a step forward, and while you're taking that step, say, I can stay out of the shadows and come towards my partner, and I am spontaneous.
I can stay out of the shadows and come towards my partner and I'm spontaneous.
How old do you feel? Okay, 12 or 13. What about now? What else could you do to take a step towards responsibility and stay off the drama triangle? Okay, you can show her encouragement, build her up. And what's another positive thing about you? You're timely. Okay. Can you take a step forward and say, I can build my partner up, and I like to be on time. I'm timely.
I can build my partner up and I like to be on time. I'm timely.
Nice. How old do you feel? 16, 17? Okay. Is there anything else you need to be able to take another step towards responsibility and stay off this drama triangle? When you feel attacked and blamed. Okay. Okay. You can let go and forgive. And what's another positive thing about you? Okay. Can you take a step forward and say, I can let go and forgive, and I like to learn new things?
I can learn to let go and forgive and I like to learn new things.
How do you feel now? Okay. 18, 19, 20? Nice. Is there anything else you can think of today that you would need today to be able to stay off of the triangle and attack and blame? Feel attacked and blamed? Okay. Finding peace for your partner and yourself. And what's another positive thing about you? Okay. Can you take a step forward and say, finding peace for my partner and myself? And I love to be around, I like to be around family.
Finding peace for my partner and myself and I like to be around my family.
Nice. And as you turn around and look at that 5 or 6-year-old version of you that felt attacked and blamed, is there anything you would like to say? Ah, okay. Nice. Now, will the two of you come up here? And once we take this walk of responsibility, we take away the drama triangle. So they've been all around it, they've done that one for a long time. So we take that off, and then from this place of responsibility, we're going to move to options. We're going to move to options. All right? The two of you together. Before we do that, is there anything that comes up for the two of you that you need to talk about now? In that dance you do of attack and blame, feeling helpless. All right, so let's come over here. When you all get into disagreements like that again, you're hanging out on that 69% of difficult things that just stay perpetual between you. What options do you have to together not get back in that disagreement, not to fight the same way? Okay, so take some time apart to get your thoughts together. You agree with that? Okay, what else? Okay. Nice. Okay, so take the time and be sure to schedule when you're coming back, no interruptions, and really focus on each other. I love it. What else? Think of these fights y'all get in. Okay. Okay. I love that. So, not taking it too personal. Think about what might be going on for her. Value yourself, value her, it sounds like. Okay. Letting go. Ah, okay. Ah, oh no. We're about to pull them back out.
Because that's where you got. And then when they're at this options corner, typical brainstorm rules apply. No suggestion is tossed out or rejected. So we're just gathering options right now. We're not even deciding. It's just all options are possible. Every option has equal weight right now. We're just writing them down in our office. If she had a hand available, she'd just be writing all the options down. So nothing is rejected. So that kind of encourages them both to throw ideas out.
And you, as the therapist, it is really important that you're writing down what they say as they say it. Because this is what's coming up for them in this state as they've gone through the conflict, so that you can help them have it back. And so we would spend a lot of time here to be sure we got all the options that we could, and always wanting to make sure that both perspectives are out, right? So once we have those, we'd move over here to negotiate. And from over here, we want to help them, we want to help the two of you come up with a negotiation that's fair, right? Neither one of you's given in too much, not helpless or attacked and blamed. And with the compromise, with the negotiation, it's not once and for all, right? So let's come up with something today that the two of you can plan. So as soon as you catch that you're on the drama triangle next time, you have a plan. And it's going to take a while for this to become the new reflex. Anything that's become habituated, right? We can't just stop it. We have to find the replacement. So today, we're going to find one replacement before y'all leave. And then next session, we're going to practice it again until you come in and you say, hey, we're doing it. We don't even think about it. Before we know it, we're doing the thing we've planned, okay? So as you think about negotiating, you were fighting about, you talked to your therapist and spend more time, and you went in your corner. What options you came up with over there? What would you like to negotiate that's fair for both of you? Okay. So the two of you are willing. How would you do that? So something old comes up, right? One of you just, it comes out. How are you going to handle that? I've got ideas, but I want it to come from y'all. No. I'm liking it. What's the code word? So counseling's your code word? All right, so you picture yourself in that fight. Imagine it, or get into it a little bit, and show me how you're going to do this. You really want to put them in the situation to do it in your office, because when they're in fight or flight, they're not going to think of this again. So if you can get their body in it, have them do it. All right. So fake fight enough, and show me how you're going to pull this off.
So last time you picked for us to go on a date, and of course you picked something that you knew that I didn't want to do. And here we go.
Okay, I'm going to let y'all start again, right?
We're at this point again, we're getting ready to go on a date, and you're picking without even talking to me about it. And it's the same thing we fought about last time.
Yay, 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 yay. So we would go over and over it. And when they're in the office with real fights that they're feeling deeply, it's even easier. So anything else you would want to add to that?
When it's real, it's so volatile. And you'll see, like, and typically, like, the research is clear. Men desire and want intimacy more than women do. They just don't know how to get it. And when there's structure and safety, so when you have a heterosexual couple or two gay males in your office, they're going to respond so strongly to the structure and the safety of this. So the volatility comes down as they get into the structure. But when you're letting them go have the fight and they're moving around the triangle, it'll get hot. So you want to be comfortable with high affect because it'll get really hot. And I think, we didn't have it wasn't really kind of geared space-wise, but we'll normally have, when one's doing the walk of responsibility from the victim corner up to responsibility, we have the partner up here watching that. And then we'll ask them what that was like, watching your partner do that. What was it like hearing your partner say those things? And that's a real little powerful add-on piece to it, because they're, ostensibly they want to stay together. They wouldn't be in the office, right? So we're trying to help foster that and find the positives and encourage that while dealing openly with the darker challenges in the relationship.
And pushing for the lasting change and not just a single corrective experience. So we're really focusing on, it's way more than this one fight. It probably shows up 3,000 different other ways. So
Yeah, we're not trying to give them a Band-Aid and leave the office, right? I think we've all, has anyone but me had that session where it's like, oh my gosh, I just need to stop the bleeding for a second. Because I don't know if you get this, but I feel really awkward leaving them in a bad spot. Like, oh, well, that's our time. That's just feels awful, right? Like, oh, that's 50 minutes. And so there are times where that's all you have an option to do. But when we're doing this exercise here, we're really trying to get the wound cleaned and closed. That's really what we're trying to do. It's such a powerful exercise, and everybody resonates. I've never had a couple go like, oh, I hate this thing. I hate this exercise. They'll hate the drama triangle. They'll hate seeing they're on it again. But they really like getting back to the structure and moving through it together. When you've had a couple of good experiences with them, they're far more agreeable to doing it, and they kind of like, oh yeah, no, this is going to be good. And if you've got a couple excited about doing the intervention, that's a huge win. Because a lot of times you're going to see the persecutors roll out when you ask to do an intervention. You're going to see the eye roll. You're going to hear the sound of their eyes rolling. You're going to get all that. But as they have good experience with it, it's such a great thing that they start to want to do, and they get eager to learn it and do this on their own. They'll come in and tell you, like, oh, we slipped into it. Like we about had a fight, but then we got on the solution triangle and we did so much better. And they're so excited with themselves when they learn to do this on their own. Because if we're doing it right, we're working ourselves out of a job, right? Like, we have long-term couples at our place because we're dealing with addiction and betrayal, and so we tell them, you're going to be seeing us for 3 to 5 years. But we're trying to get out of that as quickly as we can.
And the last thing I would say, if they come in and they didn't have such a great experience, because it does happen, and they're like, we just couldn't do it, have them write something with their non-dominant hand and tell them to look at it. It looks choppy. It doesn't look natural. It took them a long time. Same with this. They have written with this drama for so long that it is going to feel choppy. They're going to have to use structure, but in time, they get it. So really helping them not get discouraged. We want to be aspirational if they're here and willing to do this work and give them that picture that they can.
Yeah, so, thank y'all. That was fantastic. Yeah, take your bow. So, what questions do y'all have, like about how or why? What are examples? What questions can we help y'all with? Yeah, man. Yeah, so the question was, how do we manage it if it's going over the 50 minutes basically, or when it's, at a bad spot, how do we handle that? We offer longer sessions, double sessions, as part of our structure, and then we'll also, if we know we're going to get into one that's going to be a while, we'll say like, hey, we're probably going to need to book a double session to kind of get all the way through this. And so we prep them ahead of time that if we don't have the time to do that, it may end awkward. And in our case, because what we're dealing with is addiction so much, kind of a core belief is addiction is a disease of profound boundary violation. And so we have to model firm boundaries. Because if you're dealing with an addict and you're showing them that sometimes we can violate the boundary, they're going to say, we can do that all the time. So we have to model that. And so there are times that we just have to stop it. So we're going to have to pick up right back here, next time. And maybe we book a double session, book a longer session so that we can accommodate.
And I would say, if 50 minutes is what you have, plan to just get through the drama triangle. It is very powerful when they get that core negative belief. They do that walk. And then we do have them as a couple, which, sorry, I didn't have y'all do that. We have the couple take the walk of responsibility together. And so you probably can, if you get started in the first 10 minutes, if they know they're coming to do it. Or if you get started in the first 10 to 15 minutes and you keep them moving, you could probably get the core negative belief and have the two of them walk from victim to responsibility.
Question?
Asking their partner for, right? Because that happens in real life in their relationship. So do you know how to care for them when they're stuck like this? Do the two of you have a way of managing this? Anything that gives them that real state in the moment learning is powerful. And we also let them like lay on the floor, get under the chair. So asking them like, you feel stuck right now. I did a little bit of it when I asked her to like, show me what it looks like when you back away. It's really important that you get them out of just talking. We didn't get them as active here, but if they feel small and stuck and they climb under, even if they can only put their head under a chair and they're willing and doing it, you'll be surprised at how quickly the emotion pairs with that. And we care a lot more about what's coming up there. And they might might not find the words in that same session.
Yeah, we really want to get into their body when they're stuck. Like, so what are you noticing in your body? At least I do a lot of polyvagal type stuff, and so I really want to know what's going on in their body and allow them to feel that. But we've also, remember, we've done this history piece, so we know kind of childhood, family of origin stuff, so we know, we probably have a pretty good idea what's coming for them in that moment. And so we can kind of come alongside them. Sometimes it's a great indicator and sign that they might need some more trauma work around a thing. And we'll do couples EMDR, and we can do that in that moment. We can drop in and have them do an exercise together, or just the one that is feeling stuck. But one of the most powerful things is to let them be stuck. And just say, what is that stuckness saying? What is that stuckness about? Being stuck is a response. We'll all view it as, oh no. But that stuckness is very often part of the healing process. And so like I can embrace that stuck piece and just let it be there for a bit. And then I want to get into the body sensations. What's happening? What's that stuckness saying? What are you feeling about that stuckness? What do you want to do about that stuckness? Teresa's suggestion is great. Yeah, the magic piece there, is there an earlier time where you have felt like this? There's almost always going to be a direct trauma. That's a direct trauma response. So there's something there that we can address. Is that helpful or no? Sometimes when you get like, I would say if we were dealing with that like every time we tried this, if we tried it a couple of times, I'd be like, yeah, there's trauma work that needs to happen here. And so we're going to put this on pause, do more individual work or couples EMDR work to kind of free that up, process that, move forward.
And I have had a time I can think of a specific client where I just took her in individually because we were doing conjoint, and she was with me for an individual session, and it was so emotional for her to sit across from me and imagine the tension she had with her dad, that it was as much emotion as she could handle that day, and of course we stopped. So for some people, just getting the movement in, they're feeling more than they have. So I wouldn't push them through it if they're wanting to stop.
Yeah. Yeah, we call that, what we'll say at our place is, this one's not an honest actor. And so we're probably going to confront that. Yeah, before we're doing that, but they're going to show themselves pretty early, because we're not doing this like in session number 2. And so they're going to have shown that. And, in our niche, we've gone through a whole long process to this point. That's going to have ferreted out for us the way we work, and so we're going to push that and confront that as to like, hey, what do you really want? Which is a fantastic question to ask when you buck up against resistance. Hey, so let me just come back to, what is it that you want here? What's your objective? What do you want? I had a couple in my office this week, and we're early in the process, but she is not yet ready to let go of just beating him verbally. And I stop it every time it starts. Okay, so listen, we can't, criticism, defensiveness, contempt, and stonewalling, we can't have that. That's going to break the marriage. So what do you want to do here? Well, I just can't get past it. I know. But he did do these things. I know. He's right here saying he did these things. He's not arguing. So what do you want? Do you want to be married? Do you want to open the door to any type of hope that this relationship is salvageable and that you two can be together? Or do you not want that? Like, it's totally understandable. Totally understandable. But you're going to have to make a decision as to which is it that you want. We're fine either. We don't care. We don't have a dog in it. We want to help you get where you want to be. But if this is going to work at all, you're going to have to be honest with yourself, with your partner, and with us about how we move forward, or we're going to stay stuck right here.
And that's the beautiful part of if you have this piece, the compassion triangle, responsibility. If both of them aren't willing to take that walk towards responsibility, then it's clear, right? They live it out that no, I'm not ready. I'm standing back here. And so it's a real visual presentation for them.
Was there a question in the back?
I would say it depends on how quickly they're taking up the work, right? If you have a couple that's coming in regularly and they are doing the things, 3-4 sessions, if you've gotten the history, it's really important that you know their history so that if you need to bring out those deepening, if any of you do Gottman, right, the deepening question, what's deeper in this? And that, if you went back to an earlier time, is it familiar? So I wouldn't go in too soon before you can help them because it's going to feel clunkier, and you don't want that. You really want to bolster them up and be their helper as they go through it.
Other questions? Stone silence. Online question, fantastic. Oh, you go. Yeah, no, I wanted your question more anyway.
I would call it out for them. And that's why we do the EFT infinity loop, and it would alongside. But to be able to say, like, this is the same argument you always have. Look at this, right? We started off arguing about what you tell your therapist, and now we're arguing about how much time you spend with your family and not me. There's any number of fights y'all can turn to. Do you want to figure out what's deeper and under this? And so getting to that core negative belief is key. If you don't have that, that's really the most important part. If you don't have the real core negative belief, they're not going to have the same impact crossing each other and coming up with those solutions. And you want to give them language, which I didn't do with them, but wow, now that you've heard this from your partner, what would it look like to be able to say, I don't want you to feel helpless. I'm here. How can I chip in? Or, wow, you may get attacked and blamed a lot of places, but I don't want that to come from me. So will you let me know when you catch that so that I can choose something different? So you're helping them also to get the language to help their partner heal from grow out of that core negative belief that I am helpless and no one's there for me. I'm here for you. I'm thankful to be the one that can be here for you. That corrective language is really powerful. And that goes along with we're not trying to just fix a single event. We're trying to change the way they navigate conflict in their relationship.
The simplest truth I know about couples counseling is that none of them are fighting about what they think they're fighting about. Like,
time, money, mess, sex, kids, and it is never time, money, mess, sex, or kids.
Yeah. You ain't here because he ain't doing the laundry. Like, that's not what this is about. It is about what you feel about that and how that's impacting your negative core beliefs about yourself. Right? Like, but, I mean, we're going to let them come to that. But, like, you saw, like, I'm going to fight about just personally. What's going to come from me more often than not is I battle perfectionism. Always numbers get involved, and numbers are evil. It was great when it was smiley faces and gold stars. I'm like, yeah, give me more of that. And then it was letters. I'm like, yeah, okay. But then numbers hit. Oh, my whole life ruined. And so I came home and I had on the top paper on the stack was a 99. Okay? So I hand that to my dad to get him to sign it. And my dad looks me dead in the face, said, what, couldn't get 100? Now, I know now he was being sarcastic and joking, but 8-year-olds don't get sarcastic. So I learned, anything less than perfect is not acceptable or lovable. I spent all night as an 8-year-old with carbon paper learning to forge my parents' signatures. To this day, I can write both their signatures and pass. And so, look, if you were watching closely, you saw me struggling with it earlier because this didn't go the way I was hoping it was going to go, and we had tech problems, and I messed with the slides last night, and so we didn't have the same set, and like all this was a mess, and so I was up here dying. But because it was not perfect. So that still comes from me. And Teresa sees it. When we're fighting about something, it's usually because I'm either feeling I made a mistake or I feel like I'm being accused of having made a mistake, and that threatens my acceptability and lovability if I'm not paying attention to what's going on inside me. And so are we really fighting about like, hey, you burnt the toast? No. We're fighting about my need to be perfect. That's what I'm fighting for. I got to be perfect or you won't love me. And I want you to love me, so I got to be. So all that internal narrative, until you help your clients ferret those things out, they're going to think they're fighting about laundry, and they ain't fighting about laundry.
And so for the other side, because I can speak to that, I can say, I love you, and it seems like you need space. I'm here when you want to talk, or if you want my help, but I don't jump in and say, wait, I can do this, which was the old me, right? So you learn the new patterns, and it's lovely.
Yeah, it's so much more enjoyable. Because up until then, I would stomp my feet and just act helpless because she would come rescue. And then I would be mad that she had to. Like I set a trap for her all the time. She set traps for me. I set traps for her. You set traps for people you're in relationships with. They set traps for you. No one's doing it intentionally. Like I'm not sitting down at a whiteboard in the morning going, how can I jack up Teresa's day? But it happens. All right, fantastic. Thank y'all. And if we can be of any help, to you.
Round of applause again. I hope you all learned, and thank you so much for sticking in online with our technical issues. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break at this time, and we'll see you in 45 minutes. Thank you. For those of you in the sanctuary, lunch will be out in the foyer.
Everyone who sells to We Buy Ugly Houses has a story.
We wanted to sell our home.
We came up with a figure, it was fair.
Before we get started, we have a quick disclaimer. Today's presentation is centered around working with clients of sexual assault and it might be difficult to discuss and to also hear. This presentation will include sensitive and potentially triggering information. If you feel triggered at any time, we have multiple resources that we can provide you with to also help support you. So enjoy. according to the APA, the American Psychology Association, an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident, rape, or natural disaster. Immediately after the immediately after the event, shock and denial are typical. Long-term reactions include unpredictable emotions, flashbacks, strange and strained relationships, and even physical symptoms like headaches or nausea. Trauma's definition by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration results from an event, series of events, or set of circumstances that is experienced by an individual as physically or emotionally harmful, threatening, and that has lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning, physical, social, and emotional, spiritual well-being. Today's trauma that we will be discussing will be sexual assault and how it affects the BIPOC community. There are different types of trauma. 3 types of the trauma is acute trauma, which results from one single incident. Chronic trauma, which is repeated and prolonged, usually from abuse. And complex trauma, which is exposure to varied and multiple traumatic events, often of an invasive, interpersonal nature. When it comes to trauma, it affects different parts of the body. It affects memory. Experiencing trauma can cause the memory for blackouts or spotty memory. It can cause flashbacks and nightmares. Trauma is stored in all parts of the body, as I said before. Usually after assault, trauma can build up and show in a person's body through their stomach, through stomach aches, chest pains, headaches, joint pains, and other physical symptoms. Self-blaming regarding the traumatic event can happen, and usually there's onset of depression, anxiety, anger, mood swings, irritability, and other negative emotions. Trauma affects relationships with family, friends, and significant others. Again, with trauma's effects, it affects survivors in different ways. It affects them mentally with amnesia and flashbacks, physically, headaches, fatigue, and feeling jumpy, emotionally, depression, PTSD, anxiety, guilt and shame, socially, isolating, and loss of interest, and many other ways. When it comes to trauma and its taxonomies within the BIPOC communities, because of past traumas and previous history, systematic oppression continues to invalidate and deeply affect the lives of the BIPOC community. For some BIPOC members, the trauma of sexual assault at times becomes intergenerational trauma and is passed down from generation to generation. The definition of sexual assault, according to RAINN, which is Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, sexual assault refers to the sexual contact or behavior that occurs without explicit consent of the victim. Some forms of sexual assault include attempted rape, fondling or unwanted sexual touching, forcing a victim to perform sexual acts such as oral sex, or penetrating it says perpetrators, but it should be the victim's body. Showing one's genitals or naked body to someone else without their consent. Also, when it comes to consent in the state of Alabama, the age of consent is 16 years old. And when it comes to it, if there's a 2-year age gap, that plays effect when it goes to court. Sexual assault in BIPOC communities. When it comes to BIPOC communities are significantly less to report their assaults because of historically, the legal system has not provided the justice that they deserve. Communities of the BIPOC community are less likely to report due to a fear of betraying their community, especially if the perpetrator is a well-known person or a family member. Many people in the BIPOC community refuse to seek services because they feel they wouldn't be able to find anyone to culturally be competent for them. Other reasons are cultural and or religious beliefs that can stop the clients from reporting. Intersecting stigmas of homophobia and transphobia, racism, and survivorship. And there are also many strong ties to one's race, culture, and family are other reasons that there aren't reports. In the Asian community, Asian American, Pacific Islander community, some barriers are established by cultural and familial pressures. There are high cultural expectations that cause many Asian American Pacific Islanders to conceal their sexual assault. Many men in the BIPOC community refuse to report due to the chance of being blamed, not knowing where or how to seek help, and the minimalization of their experience.
Okay, so now that we've learned what trauma is, I want to talk to you guys about some management strategies, okay? And so if you're looking at your slide, I apologize. I forgot the number one thing, which is build rapport, right? Which I think you said. Build rapport and start to try to develop some trust with your client, some trust with the client. Okay, so I said let's use a trauma-informed model for treating sexual assault victims, and these things are not necessarily in order. Okay, so y'all just bear with me as we go through them. First, we're going to do a safety assessment, right? So, are you safe in your current environment, or do we need to start talking to them about possibly finding some resources, so like some shelters or some other places where they can go to be safe, right? Because that's going to be one of our top priorities, making sure that they're safe. Next, we're going to talk about, let me go back. So under safety, we're going to assess their physical and emotional safety. We're going to ensure privacy while we're in session, right? Being something that we're ethically bound to do is privacy and confidentiality. Speaking of that, we're going to show empathy and respect, right? And I think you guys already said that when we were doing our skit. So we're going to be transparent, and we're going to display trustworthiness, okay? So we're going to obtain informed consent. We're going to talk about confidentiality and the limits to that confidentiality. If we need to, for some reason, if we get a request for their records or anything like that, we'll explain that to them and explain that we won't disclose any of their information without their written consent. And okay, we explain the limits of confidentiality, and then we'll answer any questions that they may have about the whole process of counseling. And then we want to have a collaborative, let me go back, empowerment of choice, and then we're going to respect the client's autonomy and their dignity, right? So we always want to treat other people with respect and dignity. But we're also going to make sure that they know they're directing their care, right? So it's not about us, what we want to work on, or what we think they need to work on. It's going to be about what they choose to work on. And if they're not ready to explicitly talk about the assault, then we can, just work on everything and work our way up to that. Okay. Collaboration. We're going to make sure they know we're here walking along with them on their journey, right? Not just about the assault, but about all the things that have come to make them who they are and why they have come to therapy. And then we want to consider the cultural, historical, gender issues, and then kind of move past biases, right? Because there's something called implicit biases, where we have a preference for or a prejudice against people or groups of people. And so just doing some self-reflection. Yes, ma'am. Okay. trust, because that's probably too why they don't want to talk about it right then, because they maybe not, we haven't developed a trust level. So in the meantime, you can work on some of the symptoms that they might be having related to it. So like when I said I was irritable and everybody was getting on my nerves, I may have some depression. So maybe doing a depression screen and trying to, deal with some of the symptoms that are coming out. You're welcome. Does anybody have anything to add? Yeah, you good? Okay. All right. All right. Moving along. Thank you for that question. So when I was referring to we were just talking about biases and the cultural and historical and gender issues. So as I was doing my research, I looked through like different communities specifically to see what their culture was in terms of sexual violence. And so what I found was interesting for the Hispanic community. And of course, let me put this out there. This does not refer to all, Hispanic men, okay, or all whatever, Native American or Asian Pacific, okay? So this is just what the research was saying. So basically in the Hispanic culture, they said there's something called machismo, that the men feel like it's like a masculinity thing. And so they feel like, and the research said, the particular article said, the men can take what they want when they want it, regardless of permission. All right? So just think, if a Hispanic client comes to you and that is what their culture has kind of, embraced, or either just, it's kind of like those unspoken things, right? We all have unspoken rules, so to speak. So if that's kind of the unspoken rule in this Hispanic client's life and culture, and that's what she's been dealing with, then we can definitely will need to do a more thorough assessment to see her history of sexual violence, right? Also, with Native Americans, the articles I read were more about the people who lived on the reservations, and so they didn't have a lot to deal with people that did not. So for the people that lived on the reservations, they felt like it was a, quote, free-for-all. So they would have people, outsiders, but the article just referred to them as non-Native American. And particularly, then another article named specifically white males that would come onto the plantations, I don't know, maybe to do business or whatever. I don't think they lived there. But they would find themselves, perpetrated by white men the majority of the time, like 80% of the time, because they knew they weren't going to be prosecuted, right? Because they have their own tribal government, and then they also have federal government and state government laws. But some kind of way they get, that doesn't have as much importance, I guess, and so the men are not prosecuted the majority of the time. So, and then with Asian and Pacific Islander, again, a lot of them are subjected to human trafficking or other types of sexual exploitation. So just knowing that, kind of keep that in the back of your mind, right? Because I was thinking about an analogy I could use. Like we always say people have baggage. So just think about that. Like sometimes, the things that make us who we are, they're internal and you can't see them. So that's why we have to get to know them and their backgrounds and their history and all of those things that make up who they are and why they are like they are. As far as gender issues go, we did say we're going to talk about men as well. And so this is something I wanted to highlight as far as the gender. Men, of course, often they don't want to identify as a victim, right? Because that whole masculinity thing again, right? I'm a man. How can a person, a woman, sexually assault me, right? Or another man. Sometimes they feel less than a man if they've been victimized in that way. And then oftentimes they come in angry, right? So I might have said I was irritable, but a man might present to therapy as angry. So we can't, as counselors, be afraid of the anger, right? Of course, make sure you're safe, depending on how exactly he displays his anger. But we can't be afraid to delve past that anger and get to the root of it, right? Which is how he would show up instead of, being sad necessarily or anything like that. All right. And then historically, so a lot of the things that I read when it came to the Native American and the Asian American culture, they pointed towards colonization as something that historically took place that caused, I won't say caused a lot of this, but that a lot of this stems from, so to speak. So as far as Native Americans, being colonized and having their way of life, like the Western society or Western civilization rules and things like that imposed upon them versus how they were choosing to live, it just kind of became a snowball effect. And then again, like the people who were doing the colonization, victimizing the women and things like that. So historically, we got to go back to that as well. Okay, management strategies continued. It's going to be really important to validate, okay? Validate and affirm the client's feelings and their experience. Let them know that you believe them, right? That's because oftentimes in this community, and we'll talk about it in a minute, they're often not believed, the victims. So just say, I believe you. Or you can say things like, it takes a lot of courage to talk about this topic. Or you can tell them, it's not your fault, right? So avoiding judgment. Oh, let me go back one. You didn't deserve this, right? Because sometimes people need to hear that. In their mind, they think it, but I guess unless sometimes other people confirm it for them, so to speak, then maybe they feel like, okay, maybe I did do something, right? Like I said, maybe I shouldn't have been in his apartment in the first place. So, but whether I was there or not, I didn't deserve to be sexually assaulted, right? And you're not alone. Letting them know, I'm going to be with you every step of the way through this process. So you're not alone. You don't have to deal with this by yourself. Avoiding judgment is another thing that's really important. And I know that's something that, ever since I've been in school, making a safe, non-judgmental environment, right? That unconditional positive regard for the people and all those things just kind of keep coming to my mind. It's just basic things that we can do with these clients. But also making sure sometimes the family members are the perpetrators and they may still have to be around them and may have to still see them. So just not being judgmental and saying, well, why are you around them? Or, why didn't you leave if it was their spouse? Okay, because a lot of times, I know I didn't say it, but with the Hispanic culture, it's intimate partner violence as well. So sometimes they can't just leave. So making sure we're not judgmental. We're going to perform a suicide risk assessment, right? Because a lot of times this trauma is not the first, or maybe, they've been being traumatized since a child. And so sometimes the victims are suicidal. So we need to do a suicidal risk assessment. And look at what risk factors they have that might make them more susceptible to wanting to commit suicide. Are they at active risk for suicide? Or are they a chronic risk? Like they kind of have some things going on that could make them at really any point become suicidal. All right, and let's see. We're going to make sure we know our resources, right? Locally, whatever community you're in, know whatever resources you have. So for instance, I live in Tuscaloosa. So in Tuscaloosa, I know we have Turning Point, right? And so they serve other counties as well. So that could be my probably go-to is Turning Point to say, hey, this is somewhere that you can go and get you some more resources. But just being being aware of what's in your community, what's in your state, and then at national levels, there's websites probably and things like that, or podcasts. Like nowadays, everybody's in this digital era, so they listen to podcasts and get a lot of their information, or YouTube channels. So, direct them to some that are credible, credible references, right? So they can get correct information. And then lastly, not lastly, but one of the other things is encouraging self-care. So sometimes, just letting them know you need to take some time for yourself and to do some things to try to increase your peace of mind, even in a chaotic situation. You got to try to find a way to get some peace, if only for a minute, right? So encourage them to do things that are free, all right, or minimal cost. They may not can take vacations or do something elaborate for themselves, but they can, listen to music while they're taking a bubble bath, or they can, take a walk in the park and just enjoy nature, or they can, garden if they like to garden. They can start a food garden or a flower garden. They sew, maybe if that's a talent they have, or if they like to cook, they can cook. So just encourage them to do something to for their self-care. All right, continuing talking about management strategies. Making sure your vocabulary is not offensive, I guess, or it is more so, like, for instance, victim versus survivor, right? And you may want to ask them, or if you listen to them talk and they call themselves a victim, then that's kind of how they're identifying at that time. And so, talk about moving from victim to survivor, right? Or if you're speaking of you're a victim of the crime, then that's different versus just calling them a victim so that they won't identify as that the whole time, right? Also, making sure that we, like the term sexual assault is kind of an umbrella term, right? Because it entails, like she said, rape and fondling, sodomy, and it entails a lot of different things. So just making sure they understand, like, that's the umbrella term and not just necessarily for what happened to them, right? And then avoiding triggers. This one is really, really, really important. So by nature, I'm just like a really touchy-feely person. And so I've been learning, of course, you can't touch everybody without their permission, right? So now I have to ask people, do you mind if I give you a hug? Like, not in counseling, but in my personal life. So, but in counseling, whereas you might normally want to reach out and touch somebody to let them know that's a sign that, I'm listening, I care, or I see you're upset, trying to reach out and touch them, be very careful with a sexual assault victim, right? Because that could be triggering for them. So making sure you always ask for permission before you touch them. Just let them know with your eyes or with your body language, that I'm paying attention and that you're being empathetic to them in that moment. And then also trigger words. I watched some videos too while I was preparing. And one girl said that after sexual assault from her father, he would always call her angel. And so that gave her like a negative connotation to the word angel. And so she hated that word and that was triggering for her. So something like that, in the South, I don't know about y'all, but I'll say sugar or honey or something like that to people. And so, you just kind of have to be careful. Of course, I probably wouldn't do that in session, but just thinking about those type of things that are triggering sometimes for clients. So the types of therapy that that a counselor could use are CBT, trauma-focused CBT, CPT, cognitive processing therapy, EMDR, and then ACT. There's group therapies that'll be available, I'm sure, at times, but we have to make sure we thoroughly screen the clients for appropriateness, make sure we explain the limits of confidentiality when it comes to group, because of course, you can't control the other members, and if they go out and talking and saying, oh, so-and-so is in my sexual assault group, support group, or whatever. So just being careful to explain that to them after you thoroughly screen them if you think they're appropriate for group therapy. And then making sure in the group you foster a community of trust or a culture of trust, so hopefully they will get to the point where everything is confidential. Also, there's some support groups that'll probably be available. That'll be something we could look at as local resources. Maybe some churches may have a group, or someone in the community may just have a support group. And then making sure you incorporate the client's cultural practices, right? So if they pray, encourage them to do that, to do prayer, meditation, if they do yoga, anything like that that's beneficial to them.
So one of the first assessments that I would do with the client would be the general
hear from you guys who do this every day. I know I didn't list all of the strategies, and I should have said that. That was not an all-inclusive list, of course. So are there some strategies that you guys use that I did not um, say, or are there some that you want to elaborate on that maybe I mentioned? Alrighty, so we're gonna move on. Now, I'm sorry, Martina, do you suggest a full cycle social? Yes. Would you do an initial like appointment? Okay. Yes, we suggest a full cycle social at the initial appointment with all the intake paperwork. So you can get some of that history. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Awesome. So you said an ACE. Okay. Adverse. I was trying to say too for the people that are watching virtually. So an ACE was suggested, adverse childhood experiences. So is it survey or just the S is for survey? Okay. Yes. Anything else? Thank you for that. Okay. All right. So now let's talk about cultural competency. Who can tell me what cultural competency means? I know y'all do it every day. Put it in your own words. It doesn't have to be a fancy textbook definition. What do you consider cultural competency? Okay. Book experience is cultural competency. Cultural humility is the, did you say actual experience? Direct experience. Okay, thank you. All right, so now, but the definition that I have for cultural competency is, well, I got this quote from an article that I reviewed. It says, cultural competence is more than a set of skills. It's a mindset and an ongoing commitment to understanding and respecting the uniqueness of each client. So when we are thinking about cultural competencies, again, think about the things that make that client unique. Why do they have the worldviews that they have? Like what type, we know that we're shaped by all of our experiences, right? So we're gonna think about those historical things that I talked about earlier, social factors, and there's some systemic forces that are in place that affect that client, right? Whether it be poverty, or whether it be racism, whether it be, you know, I mean, it could be a lot of different things, right, that make that person who they are. Cultural competence definitely influences the therapeutic process, right? Because if I go to someone and I feel like they don't feel me, hear me, understand me, or my struggle, right, then of course I'm not going back to them, right? Because you don't, I mean, the struggle is real, right? So, but if you don't see that and understand that, then we can't work together, right? So that's that's the importance of cultural competency. So it's understanding diverse perspectives and an openness to seeing the world through the lenses of each individual. And that doesn't mean that you agree with them, but that just means that you respect their worldview and their values and all of that. Because a lot of times when people don't have values that we have, we're just like, what's wrong with them? You know, they don't value this or they don't value that, but there's nothing wrong with them. It's just they have different values than you, and that's something we need to respect. So some of the key elements of cultural competence is what Ms. Cook said, cultural humility. And I love her definition of that. So it involves a deep and self-examination of your own biases, values, and assumptions. Because I don't know about y'all, but sometimes I've been guilty of assuming something about someone, right? Or maybe just looking at them and making a judgment. And then when you actually talk to the person or get to know them, you're way off, right? And so that's cultural humility, is not doing that, right? Let's not make assumptions about people, not give into stereotypes and things like that. Having a sensitivity to individual differences and recognizing that even two people from the same culture have different experiences, right? So we're not going to lump everybody together and say all Hispanics do X, Y, Z, or are a certain way, or all Native Americans or American Indians are a certain way, or all Black people, women or men are a certain way. We can't do that because even in the same culture, we have different experiences, right? So making sure cross-cultural communication, right? If you don't understand something, then ask, right? So because there are cultural nuances into communication and language and even body language, right? So we know generally body language kind of, if you're guarded or something like that, you might be sitting there with your arms folded or whatever. So, or if you're more open, you might sit there with your hands in your lap or something like that. So being aware and trying to look at people's body language as well as their verbal language. And then sometimes if they're not very talkative, maybe digging into that a little bit and looking into, is this a cultural thing or is this just an individual thing? So how do we enhance it, right, as counselors? We want to be culturally competent, work with people from diverse populations, and be effective, right, and be helpful. So we got to commit to continuing education and training, just like y'all are doing today, right? But look for specific cultural things, right? If it asks about or talks about a specific, group of people, register for it, right? A lot of them are webinars or, things online, so you can attend those trainings and get that information specific to that population. Build a diverse skill set, right? And then that comes from practice, right? So if you have diverse clients, use that to your advantage. Of course, again, like I said, it's not a one size fits all, but you can still take things that you learn from having that client that may apply to other clients in that culture or in that community. Seek supervision and consultation, right? So as you have been going along your careers, and like me in school, you've started to network and meet people. So if you meet a Hispanic, person, become friends, right? And then you can say, hey, can I call you if I have questions? If I ever have a Hispanic client, or if you have a Native American person of descent, a counselor that's of Native American descent, call them and say, hey, can I ask you a question? And use your resources that way. And then that was the other thing, the peer support and collaboration. So maybe I'm not Hispanic, but I have had a lot of Hispanic clients. So then we can build a network of collaboration where I can say, well, this is what I've seen with the clients that I've treated, and that'll give you an additional level of knowledge. Language barrier is really important. So if you are not bilingual yourself, then making sure you have an interpreter available for your clients when they come in. And then making sure sometimes, like Spanish is probably the language that we probably have most forms translated in. So making sure you have forms available for education in Spanish. Or maybe make sure you're, and it may be expensive to do, but I say, if you can get your assessment and intake forms in Spanish, if that's, a lot of the clients that you serve, that would be a good thing to do to be culturally competent, okay? And then, let me see, I'm sorry, I lost my place. Okay, work to bridge the gap, we talked about that. All right, continuing education, yes. And back to, I missed assessment, I'm sorry. Cultural competence in assessment and diagnosis. So recognizing there's the variation in symptoms that we talked about, and that's what I tried to portray, because I didn't come in typically depressed person, right? Or maybe what you're used to as a typically depressed person displaying the symptoms. My symptom was irritability, right? So think about that. And like I talked about the black men or men in general coming into counseling angry. That's their presenting symptom, right? So be careful with diagnoses because we know, diagnoses follow people, right? And so we don't want to diagnose someone incorrectly or maybe, not use the proper diagnosis and that follows them. And it may have some adverse effects on them having that. So we don't want to label people, so to speak. All right. Let's see. Continuing with cultural competence. So just remembering to broaden your definition of like race and ethnicity to include their gender, age, their disability or ability, language, literacy, sexual orientation, and then any sets of belief that guide them as an individual. So these are all things that we need to think about with cultural competence in our clients. And then making sure we exhibit, and this is just in our general life, not just in our professional life, exhibit a zero tolerance stance, right? For harassment, discrimination, racist language, or homophobia. So there is a video that's in our presentation. And if you guys get a chance to look at the presentation online, then via email or whatever, there's a good video on what is cultural humility. So it's just about 2 minutes long. You can watch that if you have any free time. And then to talk a little bit more about cultural humility, it's just considering and addressing the biases one personally holds. So think about what biases you may hold, and we all have some. So think about those, and then it gives you a chance to self-reflect. So if I have a bias against a particular type of people or a particular, race of people or anything like that, recognizing that when I get that client in front of me, right? If I know that I think, all black men are violent, if I think that, I have to check that, right? And I have to get to know this individual because that's a bias, that's a stereotype, that's not necessarily true. So just doing that's cultural humility, right? So I read an article by Nick Ewan, and he said that cultural competence and cultural humility are a complete practice, right? So we have to do both of those things to provide effective service for clients of diverse populations. And it's essential for creating a culture of inclusion and respect. So some of the cultural implications and we've been talking about these all along as far as from the different BIPOC communities, the masculinity and the men not wanting to identify as victims, and so helping them come to terms with that process and how they identify. Then we talked about how people of color are often disbelieved, right? Or they're blamed a lot of the times. So that's something to keep in mind as you're working with clients in this particular community. And then often, like I said before, the abuser is someone in their family or someone that's close to them. It may be intimate partner violence, or it may be a family member, an uncle, a grandfather, a cousin, a brother. So that person is going to remain in their life their whole life, and that might change how they deal with their family. So they may avoid the family reunions, right? They may avoid Sunday dinner, but that'll probably do something to them as a person and affect them because their family may be very important to them. And so then they start to feel as though they're not able to be a part of their family. Does that make sense? Some people may side with the abuser or the perpetrator instead of them. So all of those things are things that we need to think about when we're working with this population of clients.
just their way of living in general. So a good thing that I found was the Bronfenburners ecological systems. So that system is it's a theory that shows all how different environments that we're connected to make us who we are. So there's 5 different systems within that Bronfenburners ecological systems. We have the microsystem, and that system is the direct social connections that we have. Um, so those, for example, those are people like our parents, our siblings, um, our teachers, peers, coworkers, and things like that. So those are the people that would have some of the like most influence on us because we are, connecting with them daily. Sometimes there's a lot of transference of different beliefs between those different people because you're always with them daily. So sometimes their way of living may become your way of living just because that's something that you're used to seeing each and every day. And then we also have the next system is the mesosystem, and that system is a system that brings all of the other systems within Bronfenburnett together. So, for example, let's just say there is a child who's now an adult. When he was a child, he didn't receive what we would say normal love is from parents because his parents were on drugs. So his way of knowing what love is that he was always neglected by his parents, but that's something that was normalized to him because that's something that always happened. So when he became an adult, he didn't know how to receive love, how to give love. His way of showing love was just to neglect people, to ghost people and, just not be able to receive the love that other people were showing because it wasn't what he was used to. So with that adult, he is now, he's lived this long life of not being able to show love and just neglecting everybody that is showing him love because that's something that, he's used to. And with that is also impacting those people that he is connected to because now those people are thinking like, oh, he doesn't love me or, oh, he won't ever receive my love or anything like that. So after that, we also have the exosystem. And those are the like indirect social connections that we have with people. An example of that would be, okay, so let's just say there's a person who they're having family conflict with their husband at home. So then they go to work and they start taking out all of those emotions that they're having with their husband. They're taking it out on their coworkers. So now their coworkers are receiving that conflict that they had with the husband. So now it's now affecting the coworkers, and then the coworkers are maybe take that back home to their families because they're irritable, angry about the attitude that one of their coworkers gave to them. So that reminds me too of the domino effect. So just say for example, on my way here this morning, let's just say I ran into traffic, and then I see Cassandra, and she's like, "Hey, Darrell, how are you?" And I just look at her and I'm like, "Okay, get out my face. Hey, how are you doing?" Just walk off. Um, so then Cassandra's may look like, "Okay, why she have an attitude with me?" So Cassandra then goes to Martina, then sees Cassandra. Martina will speak to Cassandra regularly and just say, "Hey, how are you doing today, Cassandra?" Now Cassandra's irritable because I was irritable to her. So now she takes it out on Martina and she's like, "Hey," and she just keeps walking off. And then Martina may see one of y'all and y'all see her and y'all may speak to her, Martina, and say, "Hey, how are you?" So now Martina's irritable. So now it becomes this domino effect where first it started with me with my attitude and how that kept affecting other people. I may not be directly connected to you, but you were impacted because of the people that I'm directly connected to. So that is one of the examples of a exosystem. And then now we have the macro system, and that is just the general culture of an individual. So that is their different beliefs, their different attitudes, their different responses to people, their different responses to trauma. Um, neighborhood in general, because each neighborhood has their own traditions and customs and beliefs of things and how they want things to do, and how they want things to be done, how they want them to look. So that is another part of the macro system as well. And then we have the chrono system. And the chrono system is the different transitions and shifts in the individual's life over time. So, for example, an example would be parents, they have a child who is going to college. So now that child is experiencing a transition where they're going from living with their parents to, going to college. And then those parents are experiencing a transition because now they're empty nesters and now it's just those parents in the house. So that's another transition that people go through within that chrono system. Another one could be a teenager who's been living with their parents and now they become a young adult and they're about to be independent. So that's a different transition as well that, lots of people go through as they get into adulthood. And our next slide, we do have another video about different cultural considerations and how to implement those in an actual counseling session. So if y'all do have time, go and watch that video. It's about 5 minutes long. So now we'll get into some different cultural. Okay, so we'll have a 5-minute break. there are a lots of cultural considerations that we have to, think about. So there is, for one, a lot of stigma within BIPOC communities. So you have stigma of their culture, you have stigma of the community, stigma of that person disclosing that they were sexually assaulted, because within that culture, they may, with that person exposing that happened, there are a lot of cultures who like to, keep things secret and private. For example, like in Black households, we always say, what happens in the house stays in the house. So we like to have a lot of privacy within things that happen. We like to just keep it within each other. And then also thinking of different cultural considerations. You have the collectivist community, and then you also have individualistic communities. So with those collectivist communities, there are a lot of, in collectivists, you have that community looks at everything as a group. It's always we, never I. But in individualistic communities and cultures, it's always I and never we. So with some of those individualistic cultures, they try to handle all those different experiences as a group and not by themselves. There's a lot of things where when they do handle those situations, for example, in India, they have lots of, they're a collectivist culture. So they handle all of their things as a group. They all come together and make decisions as one. So they're all always on one accord. And when there are different legal things that happen, they have their legal aspect and laws are made, whereas it's more like regionally and nationally. Whereas in the United States, when we go through different things, people are always like, oh, that's a you problem. That's something that you need to figure out. You're an adult, so, handle it yourself. So everything is more locally and more individual, where they don't have those different support of those different people. So sometimes that is another thing that's good to take into consideration, just the culture overall of that community. And then we also have some different environmental factors. So when looking at different resources, we always have to look at the 3 A's. And the 3 A's are affordability, accessibility, and availability. So within those different communities, we have to look at, are there any available resources? So we have to make sure that they're available, make sure that they're in the community so that they can be able to reach out for those different resources. Then we also have the accessibility. Are they accessible? Are they in a good location? Are they in a location where everybody in that community can get to them? Then we also have to think about affordability. Are they affordable? What are the fees? Do they take insurance? How are that person able to afford those different resources? And then also looking at some, yes. There are some free resources as well as resources that you do have to pay for sometimes.
In the state of Alabama, there's a coalition, Alabama Coalition Against Rape. You can go to their website, depending on what county or what area you are in, and most of their centers offer free counseling. If it was a recent assault, they offer free sexual assault exams, and they also offer accompaniment to trials in advocacy and also case management. So, any other questions? I'm sorry. In Alabama, is Alabama Coalition Against Rape, which is called ACAR. If you Google it, I think it's acar.org. I'm not exactly sure about the website. It is? Okay. Once you pull up that website, you go to whatever county or whatever area that you're in, and it will tell you what center or what, because most of the centers are called sane centers. And when you go to that center, most of the centers offer either free counseling, case management. If you need shelter, they help you with that, and also other resources. No problem. Any? Oh, and you can also call 211.
So back to some different cultural considerations. We also have to look at how that person's community responds to different traumatic events. For example, in a lot of communities, especially when it comes to men, there is always this notion that, oh, men don't get sexually assaulted. Or, oh, you're a man. You need to man up. Can't show any emotions. So there's a lot of different things with those social responses that then becomes within that person where they start to, internalize a lot of those, oh, this happened to me, so yeah, I'm a man, so I didn't get sexually assaulted. When in actuality, you did get sexually assaulted. So there's a lot of different social responses that we also have to take into consideration. I wish y'all could see the picture that I had for this slide because it talks a lot about men and some of the different responses that they get about sexual assault. So now I'll talk about some different ethical considerations. So of course, number one, we always have to show confidentiality and report that confidentiality to all the clients that we see. So being able to use different language about confidentiality, because there may be, just to say there is a Latina couple who comes into your sessions and they speak mostly Spanish. So you may not, they speak a little English. So being able to alter some of that vocabulary to adapt to them being able to understand what you're saying. Because sometimes they may not understand what confidentiality is in general, even be able to understand that word. So being able to speak to them in a way that they're able to understand and being able to explain it to them in a way so that they can understand what confidentiality is. And then we also have informed consent. So always ensure to tell your clients, the purpose of therapy, the different benefits of therapy, the different risks of therapy that comes with it. Because therapy is not always easy. There's going to be hard sessions sometimes. There's going to be easy sessions sometimes. So just being able to let them know some of those different risks and benefits that may happen within therapy. Also letting them know some of the different fees, if there are any fees associated with those sessions. So sometimes, in private practice, you have to, they're paying for those sessions, and then you may also have cancellation policies. So being able to let them know about all the different fees that's associated, if there are any fees. Then we also have to talk about their autonomy of coming to therapy. When if they ever need to stop or if they ever need to take a break, they have the autonomy to do so. They're not like in a binding contract, so they don't have to, continue to come to therapy. Now, of course, I know in residential and inpatient settings, they are required to do therapy. So within those scenarios, you have to let them know about that as well. So, and then also with counseling, we have professional development. So we're always getting consultations, letting clients know that you do consult with different colleagues. For me, I'm an AOC, so I always let my clients know that I have a supervisor and that sometimes I go talk to my supervisor about their cases and just let them know. Supervisors don't know exactly who you are, just different case notes and demographics that I may go ask them about. So letting them know that, because sometimes they don't always know. They don't always know all the letters behind our name. So we do have to let them know and some of the different things that come with it. Also making sure that we use effective treatment modalities. A lot of the treatment modalities that Cassandra went over, letting them know about those treatment modalities, why you feel like they would be effective, and how it would benefit them in therapy. Then we also have continuing So being able to let them know, like, hey, we're not experts. We're all humans. We make mistakes too, but we're also learning from those different mistakes and learning new information to help them. Then we have the professional competence. And with that, sometimes as a counselor, just say if you don't have experience in a certain topic, just say such as sexual assault, if you're not able to, if you feel like you're not able to give them effective treatment with a person who has experienced sexual assault, let them know about your referral process, transferring them to a colleague that would be able to best help them, and being able to introduce them to that new counselor as well as introduce the counselor to that client as well. So, and also you as a counselor, transferring all that information about the client that you already had so that they don't have to start from scratch. And then we also have professional boundaries. And that comes for respecting respecting all your clients' differences. We're not going to agree with everything that our clients say. We're not going to always have the same values and same beliefs as our clients. So we have to make sure that we respect those different boundaries. We don't do any like transference or counter transference, and making sure to be aware of that as well as a counselor, because I know sometimes that can happen. We're all human, so I know a lot of that can happen, but just make sure that you become more aware of your own triggers and a lot of your own problems so that you don't transfer that to your clients. So just make sure that we continue to respect all of our clients' differences, no matter what they are, even if you don't, agree with them.
So as we stated before, there are different treatment modalities. Even though we do want to make sure that the client is receiving individual and group therapy, we also want to make sure that that client's family is taken care of. A lot of times when our clients go through sexual assault or any type of other trauma, it affects the family sometimes more than them. Um, and that's where the vicarious trauma comes in or the secondary trauma comes in. Also, being an advocate as a counselor is very important to the client to make sure that we speak up for them if they need help with things or to speak up for them if they need help speaking to another professional. And the last part is making sure that we provide resources, whether it's resources to other counselors, resources to outside help, if they need shelter or if they feel that need to. Maybe they need help paying a bill because they were too depressed to go to work for this month or things like that. So now we're going to go into a part for the true and false questions. If everyone would please participate. The first question is, the first statement, true or false, sexual assault happens less in BIPOC communities than other communities. It is false. People of BIPOC communities are more likely to report a sexual assault. False. Men can't be sexually assaulted. False. It is not important that the client consents to counseling and knows what to expect. False. BIPOC communities always seek help after a sexual assault. False. It is the counselor's job to set goals for the client's treatment plan. It is the counselor's job to set the goals for the client's treatment plan. False. 3 of 10 men of color experience sexual assault in their life. That is true. Counselors and therapists are not mandatory reporters in the state of Alabama. False. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Chandrika.
All right, thank y'all so much for your ability. Can we give our fellows a hand clap? Y'all, this is their first presentation, so I'm super excited that you all got to be here. This is a smaller audience. They're going to do it again in July, and they're going to do better. But I'm going to, I see y'all, it's lunchtime, and it happened. Y'all ready to go. I get it. Like, I got you, okay? So we're going to do a couple of interactive things because I want to make sure that you get the fullness, those online and those in the building, of the ethical concerns when it comes to sexual assault. They kind of touched on it, but I told them that we were going to kind of build on some ethical concerns. And so one ethical concern that I really want to talk about is language. We talked about Spanish language as far as different languages from English to Spanish or English to, Chinese or any other languages outside of English language. But another language, and I'm going to get them to kind of demonstrate, right? So we know that as clinicians, effective communication is made up of three things. What is it made up of? Anybody remember? Eye contact, which is considered, okay, so your nonverbal, okay? What's next? Active listening, that's your nonverbal, okay. So it's three categories, and all those things go into one category. So we got a nonverbal, and we got a, what am I doing now? Verbal, and then we got our what? What's the next one? Do y'all remember? What'd she say? Nope. Do y'all remember? Ooh, let me get y'all. Okay, so we got our verbal, nonverbal, and then our tone, right? We don't never think about that. We too busy to think about the last two to think about that one, right? And so our tone really kind of dictates, right, how we respond to the person or the situation on top of those other two. It is stated that gesture, nonverbal, is 57% of how we communicate. The verbal is only 7%. And then tone is the rest, right? So most of the time, we are very consistent in our verbal. And so when we're talking about the ethical concerns of dealing with people with sexual assault, it's not our verbal we need to be worried about. Think about this. When you're dealing with somebody with sexual assault, they are still stuck on the nonverbal cues. Think about it. When you're dealing with a person who's experienced sexual assault, it's not the verbal cues they remember, it's the nonverbal cues that they remember. So from an ethical perspective, when we're dealing with people with sexual assault, we have to check our nonverbal cues, right? So in their skit, it was more verbal focus. But I'm gonna take somebody's spot. Marthena, you're the expert, so you stay. And then I'm gonna take Doriel's spot. So if Marthena is in a section with me, and she's my counselor, and I'm looking at her, you go ahead and, I hope the mic works, y'all. It just died. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna let her. Okay, so I'm gonna let her use the mic.
Thank you for coming in today. You seem a little uptight. Can you tell me about what's going on?
How you know I'm uptight? I ain't even said nothing. What make you think I'm uptight? I'm just another woman. I came here because I dealt with something, and then my family say that I'm still dealing with it, and now I'm about to get married, and my fiance say they can still see it, but I ain't even said nothing. So how you know I'm uptight?
Just from since you've come in, you've been sitting up, you're eye rolling, your tone of voice is automatically like if I say the wrong thing, you're ready to jump across the desk. So, what to help calm you down or that you use as a coping skill?
Listen, I ain't come for all that coping skill. I came to tell you what I need. And my tone of voice, this how I talk, okay? This is me. I need you to see all of me. Ain't nothing wrong. I came in here because they said that I needed to be here. So I'm just here because my sister, because she the perpetrator, drama triangle. She told me that I needed to be here. So she's the rude person. You know what I'm saying? She told me I needed to be here. She made the appointment for me, and she told me she wasn't going to give me no money for my wedding if I ain't come to this appointment. So I'm just here to please everybody, okay? Ain't nothing wrong with me. I mean, everybody go through stuff. I don't want to breathe. Ain't nothing wrong.
So what I'm hearing, and I'm just paraphrasing, I'm not trying to take your words out of the context, is that everybody else feels that you need help, but you feel that you're doing okay. You just want to make sure you can get the money from your sister and be able to pay for what you need to pay for and go on about your life.
Yup, exactly. So, what body language did I use that she started to observe some things about me? My arms. But here's the thing. So let's look at it from an ethical, cultural perspective. Can we do that? Marthena, if another black woman came to you in the manner I came to you, ethically, from a cultural perspective, taking off your counselor hat, what would be your assumption?
That one, she already doesn't want to be there. And two, no matter what I say to start, she's going to automatically be aggressive towards me because she already has made up in her mind that, okay, I got to come here, so let me just go through with it. So, but that's when you meet her at her level and say, well, tell me what's going on. What's with all the aggression? Why do you feel like you have to be here?
How many of y'all agree with what Marthena said? Yes? No? Yeah? Y'all agree? Kind of. Okay. So Marthena, let me tell you what I would have did. I would be like, okay, sis, you feel it? Like, we ain't even got to talk about. Tell me what we want to talk about today. Right? Because if she's not in a, go ahead. What were you about to say? So she said I needed to build rapport first. Marthena needed to build rapport first before we got into the issue at hand, right? But she kind of was building rapport, but she was doing it from a professional perspective, right? She wasn't doing it from meeting me where I was. She was doing it like, okay, we got to start this counseling session. I got to figure out how to build rapport. And my first question is, what brings you in today, right? Go ahead, Lauren. So Lauren said that because there was already a defense and offense, the counselor being not offensive, but both of them being in a defense mode, right? She's been the client, I being in a defense mode because I'm looking like I don't want to be here, but she being in defense mode, like, what's her problem, right? But as a professional, we can't say that. We want to. Like, can I be real? We want to be like, now what is your problem? Because I didn't ask you to make this appointment. And if it's somebody I'm dealing with that's that I know we probably got some similarities, or culturally we could have some similarities, I'm definitely gonna be like, sis, what's really going on, right? And so now I have to, ethically, we need to change our approach to the client. A lot of times, the reason why we're dealing with sexual assault victims, we want to go professional because they've already been assaulted. And our goal at that moment is, I don't want to damage them any further. However, everybody's been asking them questions. I went to the hospital, they asked me questions. My family asking me questions. People connected to me asking questions. I went to go see Surface, they asking me questions. Y'all get it? So ethically, everybody's been asking me questions. In this place I come to, and she may state, hey, I just want to let you know this is a safe space. But you asked me the same question everybody else asked me. And I came to you because you're a sister, right? So I feel like there's already a commonality, right? So ethically, can you do it from another approach, not the professional approach? So how would you, if we were just two people, what would you say to me? You want me to do it? You be the person? Okay. So you be the person and I'm gonna respond. Oh. Okay. Hey. How you feeling, sis? You here? Look like you got a lot going on. Is that really what's going on? If you could describe how you feel right now, what would it be? Okay. So tell me, that outfit cute. Them shoes cute. Where you get them from? Y'all remember? Oh, no. See, here's the thing. I want to help you, but I want you to feel safe. And I know a lot of people have already asked you multiple questions about the situation. So, do you want to just sit here in silence? What you want to do? I was trying to get where you got them shoes from since they look comfortable. Okay, but your hair cute though, and them lashes is fine. So, so since you gonna give me some lash advice, what we doing? It's good to see you smile. When was the last time you smiled? What's everything?
The assault, constantly having to deal with my family, telling me what I need to do, trying to get the money from my family, trying to plan a wedding, trying to learn how to be a wife, trying to still work, trying to still go to school, just life.
That sounds like a lot. That sounds like a hell of a lot. So I ain't here to talk about that because I just want to know how you doing. I don't care right now about the assault because you just told me we ain't talking about that. And it sounds like the wedding is stressful and your family getting on your nerves. The baby, and they would get on my nerves too, okay? So tell me, what we talking about, sis? Because I want you to feel safe enough. I'm just a good girlfriend that so happens to be a therapist. So you want some wine? Because we got some. You want something to drink? You want some tea? You want some water? Some water? Okay, I'm going to tell them to get some water. You know how to play spades? Oh, girl, let's play some Uno. And as we play some Uno, maybe you can just tell me a little bit more about you. Okay? See, I'm still building rapport. But she had already told me, I don't want to talk about that. I'm overwhelmed. I don't want to talk about it anymore. So ethically, we have to take in consideration what it means to meet a client where they are, right? So we talked about the ethics of language barriers. We talked about the ethics of accessibility, right? What are the A's, Doriel? So we talked about the ethics of affordability, making sure we ain't raising prices, right? Just because she make 100K, that don't mean I need to charge her $250 when my session's $175, right? Right? What's the other one? Accessibility. Well, we know that she speaks fluent English. She doesn't have, sis, you got some disabilities? It's not on your paperwork. Okay. She don't have any disabilities of any kind, right? Are there any needs besides your sexual assault that you need help with? So now she says, hey, I'm dealing with depression. So now I need to be accessible to address that and not just the sexual assault. A lot of times when we're dealing with sexual assault victims, we deal with the actions and not the consequences. Consequences, anxiety, right? Paranoia, drugs, right? Depression. We don't deal with those things. We deal only with the act of the assault, which is why that person no longer wants to talk about it. Because again, I done went through 5 to 6 resources on top of talking about it with my family, right? So we're not being accessible if we're addressing, even though we may be a sexual assault based organization, a trauma organization, or maybe that's what we know she's coming for, that doesn't mean we have to pinpoint, put our thumb on that thing. Does that make sense? Sometimes we need to go away from the situation to come back to the situation. And a lot of times we like, nope, we're going to deal with it. Did you here for trauma? What's your trauma? And instead of it feeling like a place of safety, it feels like a place of interrogation. That makes sense? Okay, so I'm not going to deal with the sexual assault. I'm going to deal with the depression. And then we'll tie it back to see if the sexual assault is the root of the depression or is it part of the root. Does that make sense? Okay. So we playing Uno. We pretending like we playing Uno. Girl, what's the house rules? We double stacking? What we doing? We stacking? Okay, so I could stack all these draw fours I got in my hand for you? Okay, I just want to make sure. So sis, this a lot. You got a lot of cards. Here, girl, get these cards. Oh, girl. I'm sorry, I gave you 6 draw fours. That's 12 cards right there. That's 24 cards. My bad. That's what happened when you play with 2 people. So your hand, does your life feel like your hand? Could you sort your hand out if I gave you the opportunity to? It's gonna take a while. Yeah, because that looked like a lot. Well, sis, we paying with 2 people. What you want? Like, you told me I could stack. I asked for house rules. So, tell me, what does the color blue? You got it look like you. How many colors you got? The rainbow. How many blues you got? Man, can you name 6 things that make you sad?
Listening to sad songs when it's cloudy outside. Not being able to talk to my friends. Feeling like when I'm talking to my family, they're ignoring everything I'm saying. Wait, how many was in here? Whew. You trying to play trauma games, aren't you? You trying to counsel me.
I'm just trying to play Uno. I was just asking about your cards and see what color I need to change to, okay? I got this wild. I got this wild card. But how you feeling? But you looking more relaxed. Yeah. But you put your cards down now. Like you gonna pick it back up. It's your turn, girl. Blank. Wait, time out. What that do? This your deck or my deck? You must have snuck that card in. Okay, it's a blank card. What you gonna make? What you gonna make it do? Okay, no more questions about what the colors mean for now. Girl, you know what? When I think about yellow, I become a little anxious. It made me a little anxious. And I got 4 yellows, and I'm about to stack them on you. Okay. If we reverse, then I get to ask you a question. you gonna play the reverse? Do you love you right now? Uh-huh. Explain.
I love me with the fact that I know that I'm a great person. But dealing with the stuff that I just went with, as far as trying to plan a wedding and just trying to figure out where I want to be right now, it's just I don't know who I am, so it's hard to love the full me.
That's deep. What would it take for you to love the full you? Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Reverse. What you skipping in your life?
I want to skip the nightmares and the flashbacks and the feeling isolated from everyone because either they want to talk too much about everything or they don't know how to handle it. I have coworkers that when they see me, they no longer speak because they are scared that I'm going to say, well, did you know what happened to me?
So, let's talk about humility, right? We talked about cultural competency. Let's talk about cultural humility. Because now, ethically, she's allowed me to be a part of her story, right? And honestly, she want me to ask what happened. Because she's now giving this information freely. Because she feels like if I keep talking about it, maybe it'll go away, right? So when we're dealing with anybody with trauma, if they're constantly talking about it, they're constantly trying to get it out of their mind. If it's always brought, we could be talking about an outfit. Girl, you know I wore this outfit when I got hit in the head by my dad. I was wearing purple. And I got this purple outfit, and that purple outfit reminded me of getting hit in the head by my daddy. Right? So for us as clinicians, our job is to now sexual assault, address the assault, then address the other issues. Cultural humility says, meet them what they are, and if they open the door for you to explore experiences, explore it. Does that make sense? So she just opened the door because she said, my coworkers are worried about me saying, do you know what happened to me? Which means she's open to telling. She's just waiting for the right door. That makes sense? Okay. So tell me what happened.
Which part? I got engaged, and it seemed like my sister was just jealous. So it got to the point that me and her were hanging driving, drinking, and we had a little kickback at the house. So we had a few friends over, and next thing you know, one thing led to another, and I was blacked out. When I woke up, my sister was next to me. She jumped up, ran out the room. I woke up, and there were bruises everywhere, and there were other parts that were hurting that shouldn't have been hurting. And so when I tried to ask my sister what happened, she automatically said, "You tripping. Nothing happened to you." So when I called my other sibling, that sibling was like, "Well, you need to go get you an exam done to see what happened because it sounds like you don't remember. So maybe they can run some tests and see what happened." They did a physical exam, um, and the nurse took pictures, and I had bruising on the insides of certain areas that shouldn't have been there. And when the hospital did the blood work, they said that I had been slipped some Visine, but I remember none of that. We were close. That was my dog. That was my ride or die. So to know that she hurt me, I don't know what to do because that's my person I trusted everything in. So why would she hurt me? Out of all people, or why are we hurting other people in general? I'm lost.
So it sounds to me that it ain't even the sexual assault that's bothering you. It's this lost relationship. And this feeling of why would your sister do this? So I ain't gonna talk about the assault. I may talk about the assault when later on. Because that's not a forefront issue. When we're dealing with people with assault charges, that's the last thing they want to talk about. We need to deal with what they're facing now, whether it's the betrayal, whether it's the disappointment, the loss, was the fact that they got pregnant by this assault, right? Or the fact that they feel less of a man because of this assault. Because what if it was another man who assaulted another man and the man who got assaulted was heterosexual? So now he's questioning his identity because of this experience, right? These are things we have to take in consideration ethically when it comes to dealing with a person who's experienced assault. Any questions, comments, concerns as we wrap up? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lauren. How do we modify the ethics of consideration when the person is underage? What's your vocabulary? Because even then, we still, because it's already been reported, right? Or maybe we should ask that. That would be our first thing. Once they have expressed it, we then ask, does anybody know? Right? But if the perpetrator is the person that brought them to counseling, that's a whole nother level. What if the perpetrator is the person that brought them to counseling? How do we handle that? That's a question for y'all. Anybody got an answer? What if it's the person who brought them to counseling that's the perpetrator? We're talking about minors, yes. Yes, I'm about to say age of consent in Alabama is 16. Now in California is 14. Oh, age of consent for treatment is still 14, but you're a mandatory reporter. So that consent go out the door. Because they're still a minor. Yes, they're able to consent to the treatment, but they're still a minor. So, yeah. But how do we keep that person safe? Because listen, this generation ain't gonna stay. You putting their livelihood, their shelter, their food, their safety to a certain extent at risk. So how do you keep them safe enough to make the report and not get them to run? Because that happens. Right. So the discussion is put up front, right, to the person who is a minor. Hey, this is how, when we talk about how confidentiality can go out, and giving that mandated reporter discussion, and then letting them, and when it comes up, bringing it back up. Hey, remember I told you I was a mandated reporter. This is what I need to do. However, the other part of that is, how do we keep them safe when the perpetrator is the one that brought them, and you got to make the report? Well, no, they're not in session. So the perpetrator in the waiting room and the minor is in the office. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Oh, what county you live in? Oh, right. So the question is, for those who live in Jefferson County, we know that Jefferson County has so many people to hold that child in that office, that perpetrator may get suspect, right? Because if the DHR worker is 30 minutes away and we are already 45 minutes into the session, how do I explain holding this minor in my office for 30 minutes? What do I do to keep this minor safe ethically while still keeping my license, because I worked hard for it, while still keeping this child or this minor safe, while making sure the perpetrator doesn't know what's going on? This is some good conversation. We got 4 minutes. Go ahead, Lauren. So, so, so I see you. So the debate is, we have one person who says it don't matter, keep that child in safety, period, regardless, it doesn't matter, do what you gotta do. We got another person saying, ethically, we cannot hold this child in the office Because if they want to leave, we can't hold them against their free will. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so somebody said, do your mandatory report and create a safety plan. Okay, so I'm gonna meet both of y'all in the middle. Okay, y'all ready? If that child reports to me that the person who brought them to therapy is the perpetrator, in the midst of us talking, because I'm gonna keep talking, there's an online for Jefferson County mandated reported form. I'm going to fill that form out. But I'm also going to say, hey, can you talk to one of my friends? I'm going to call my friend in a minute. Can you talk to one of my friends and just let them know my story? And I'm going to let them, while I'm there, call and talk to the CAN person, right? But I'm also going to call the police, right? And say, hey, I have a child. I've already called DHR. It's going to take them 30 minutes to get here. Our sessions are only 45 minutes. We have 10 minutes left. I don't know what this perpetrator will do if I keep this child in my office. Can you come to my office? Right? So now I'm meaning everything. But I'm also letting the child know that if you leave, I can't keep you safe. Because I still can't hold them, because then I'm in kidnapping charges. That perpetrator can flip that, and now I'm doing kidnapping. Do you understand what I'm saying? No, I didn't say the child wanted to leave, but if the perpetrator's at the door, and the child is like, oh, I need to go, right? So they may not want to go, so body language may say, I don't want to go. But because this person is banging on the door, time up, this child feels obligated to go. Go ahead, Lord. Correct. So, we are back at the basic core, protecting the child. But that child can also flip and say, we kidnapped them or held them against their will. And so can the perpetrator. And if the perpetrator is the child's guardian or parent, what we do then? So it's our word against theirs. But if I've already documented before the perpetrator starts to come in, I done covered part of my butt. Go ahead.
Agreed. So, with the type of work that I do, we've had a situation like that before where, and we put in place where if I call the intake person and say, hey, can you bring me that red folder? They know that something's not right. We need to get somebody involved. But we also have part of our police department in our building. So they also know that, hey, something's not right. Can somebody either call down here or go up front and see what's going on? And also with the intake person that we have, they usually say, well, hey, do you want to come watch TV? To kind of so that you can relax a little bit while they're still in their session. It might take a little bit longer, but just give them a little bit of time. And usually by that time, I've already scanned in that report to DHR. And once I scan it into them, I'm emailing them as well, because I let them know, hey, as we're talking, I'm going to be typing a few things, or I might write a few things, so that even with that report, I'm able to get them to still talk about what's going on. But I'm also contacting my other resources to make sure that if I feel that they're a threat, along with the safety plan, if I feel like if they leave that person, something else is going to happen, we make sure that they don't leave that building with them. So, like she said, it also goes with making sure your coworkers and other people know that, hey, if I call you and say, I need your help with this, or I need you to bring me this, that means that something is not right and I need you to come quickly.
Good discussion. Yay! So listen, takeaways from this discussion. One, always have a safety plan in place when we're dealing with sexual assault victims who are minors. Two, meet the person where they are. Don't always address the sexual assault. Sexual assault may be the least thing they want to talk about. See if they want to talk about something else. Engage them in other conversations or activities, even if they're adult. Playing adult Uno is just as great as playing Uno with kids, okay? Because then we can talk smack and cuss each other out, but don't do that in a professional setting. You don't do that, okay? Third, make sure you create a space for cultural humility and not just cultural competency. Your ethics in this space and ability to be ethical is not based upon you meeting the book steps, but you meeting the person where they are. So with that being said, thank you all so much for coming to the resource conference. Thank you for this engagement for the last 30 minutes. I hope that you all got something from the drama triangle to this conversation towards the end and our fellows presentation. You will get an email today, no later than Monday, and it's just gonna say thank you. It's gonna have the CE form link. You'll go to our website. There's two forms. You'll do the session form for each session, and then you'll do the overall CE form. That overall CE form does not come to us. It goes to Dr. Debbie Grant. Her information is at the bottom of the NBCC form, okay? If you have any questions, you all have our email address. Please email us, and thank you so much. And you should get your CEs in about 2 to 3 weeks based on that. So thank y'all so much. Have a great afternoon, and thank y'all for being here.